Okay, I think I got this set up. I should have everything set up now to show the overlay. With Afterburner, I may have to find an alternative to Afterburner, because Afterburner is not getting an update anytime soon, it seems. Okay, this is Dynasty Warriors Origins, the demo.
In order to defeat Dong Zhou.
This was recommended to me by one of the viewers.
Welcome. No sight could have lifted my heart more.
Your words honor me.
Hey, Matt.
Zhang Yang, governor of Shandong. I have come to join the alliance against Dong Zhou.
You are most welcome, Lord Jianyang. Show us what you're capable of.
By all means, I shall do so.
Lord Yuan Shao, I have
Is that Chow Chow? Or Cao Cao?
Lord Cao Cao.
Cao Cao. Why do they always look so recognizable?
That was a splendid
They
manifesto.
always look the same in like every single one of these
Having
games.
the
Although for
illustrious
some
Lord
reason they
Yuan
got rid of
Shao
everyone's
become the
facial
leader of
hair
our
except the
alliance
older looking
was a
people.
stroke of genius.
Having felled the 10 attendants, Dong Zhuo's occupation of Luoyang is our responsibility. If Yuan
Hey.
Shao can make up for that. by
Hey
leading the
people, what's
coalition,
going on, everybody?
It's a small price for them to pay.
You can count on it. Lord Yuan Shao, I have no doubt I'll be a great asset to the coalition forces.
Is that so? Your spirit alone is fine support indeed.
Oh yeah, green teams up with blue.
Right.
Wait, green
We'll
teams
strike
up with...
them
No,
down
actually, I
together.
thought green teamed up with red. Or is this against the yellow turbans? Is this against the yellow turbans?
Die has been cast.
Are we continuing the
What
Ram song? I think we
remains
covered everything.
is to see this through.
This is like every other Dynasty Warriors game, except this game has way
need
better
to speak with
graphics
you.
than the last
have a moment?
Dynasty Warriors game. So how do I auto advance? Is there a way to auto advance?
Most of the troops in our coalition directly serve lords of their own.
There's no auto advance. Oh, enable autoplay.
Now, we've gathered volunteers who do not belong to any particular leader. Those are the ones I wish to speak to you about. They have given me free rein
The
over
American
how to
companies do.
organize them. Their numbers are few, but they are men of honor. And that is why I thought you might
You're talking
command
about the
them.
tariff. Well, it does end up getting passed down to the consumers because it starts with the distribution chain. So it starts with the import tax at the port. So the intermediate markets where the products are bought in bulk and then sold to the retailers, that gets taxed. So then the retailers have to pay more. So places like Newegg are paying more. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to raise the price to the consumer because, like, why should they eat the cost? You know, this is how it works. I mean, the example I gave yesterday with
Good.
with the Japanese market, I think is
You
the
have
best
eyes that
example.
clearly assess
Because
the battlefield.
Japan's
and the skill
electronics are
to make
like
the right
buying
decisions.
CPUs and PC DIY stuff
Most
in Japan is like
importantly,
way more expensive than
beyond
it
the
is
schemes
in
of
the
the
US.
nobility. You are more than capable of this task. I have faith in you. I'm counting on you. Now, let me introduce you to your troops.
You must be our commander. I'm proud to be serving you.
We're a varied bunch. Some of us are well-versed in the martial arts, while others just came from sowing the fields. But we're all the same in wanting to make the world a better place. We look forward to your command, sir.
Let's begin.
Oh, this is it. It's like every other Dynasty Warriors game. You start off where the enemy has the advantage. Crucial T500 2TB with heatsink. That is the heatsink that I have in the PlayStation 5 Pro. Yes, it's good. Are you gonna put that in the PlayStation?
Listen.
How much difference does the 9800 XPD make versus the 950X? Very little. Very little. It's almost indistinguishable. But it will outperform in some scenarios where you are very CPU bound.
Right.
Okay, they're saying stuff here on the strategy. Spreading our forces. You're getting it for PC? Yeah, then you can get it for the PC. So if you're getting it for the PC, though, you're getting it with the heatsink? So does the PC not have a heatsink on the motherboard?
Over here.
No.
No.
Okay, what does this mean? Battle information? Can I switch between... Oh, wow, there's a lot of, Whoa. There's a lot of generals. That's a lot of generals. What about the enemy? Who are we fighting? Oh, we're fighting the red team? Wait, no. We have somebody from the red team on our side. This is weird. Battle preparation. Okay. I guess that's good. I don't know what any of this stuff does, but okay. Select companion. What does this guy have? Immortal Blade. Okay, Guan Yu, I mean, this guy is so famous that he is in Smite as a free-to-play character. So, he's really good. She was... I remember her from Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. We're probably going to go with Guan Yu, actually, because I think he's, like, really good.
My time has come.
In general, NVMe,
Now go.
PCIe, or PCI 5 is better from Gen 4 for gaming? Not really.
We have
No.
joined together to ensure that justice is done. First, let us pass through Sishui Gate.
You won't
then
really
on to
notice
Loya.
much of a difference. Wow, this game has way better graphics than the last Dynasty Warriors.
The lords are advancing.
They've moved up into the PS4 era.
Onwards!
Forward!
Alright, what's my strong attack?
Reach Sishui Gate!
Oh, man, how do I get back on my horse? Oh, yeah, this is good. This is good.
Official like that would dare advance before a member of the UN family.
Oh! Oh, this is so good.
Get behind them!
What's it telling me? Dong Chuao's forces. Oh, Perry, what? This has the same stuff. This has Rise of the Ronin's moves. Only this game is more action-packed. Oh. You get a sense of like the actual battles going on.
Another victim has fallen before me!
Alright, here we go.
What happened to the rear guard of Wen Shu's forces?
Battle areas. Hey, this is like playing Battlefield. They have the letters, the zones that are getting captured. We gotta capture the nodes.
Cannot hold out for much longer.
Oh no, Yonji! Dangerous attacks. Those are unblockables?
The likes of them to divert our attention. Leave them to our allies. Push on!
Oh, what? How do I... What was the parry button again? I forgot what the parry... I guess... Oh, that's yeah, no matter how you slice it.
Something about this battle doesn't feel right. I speak more of our allies than
What?
our enemies.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Keep up this momentum.
Oh, the temperature?
We will
I mean,
take
it's...
Sishui Gate.
Hold on. What is the temperature? Is it even showing up in here? Oh, it's cut off because the camera's literally dangling from like a post on the desk. Hold on, how do I... I gotta find it in Harbor Info. This has some heavy metal music, whatever this music is. I guess this is the temperature. There's the temperature. Okay, so you can see all the stuff on the screen now. Yeah, the overclock was... Well, actually, no. I don't know if I did I overclock? I don't remember. I don't think so. Let's go. I think it's just PVO default.
I shall treasure the spectacle.
As long as I am here, Sishui Gate will not fall.
Who am I supposed to attack now? I guess we're going to B.
Too strong.
We need to capture B. Man, I feel like I'm playing Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 1. This is so much like Battlefield. Got him.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Already? I expected more from the coalition
What
force.
does pursuit do? Alright, we're going in.
The enemy officer Hua Xiong is laying waste to our forces.
What? But he's just one man.
Typical of Lord Hua Xiong.
Let's take
Okay, here we
this
go.
opportunity to
Oh, the parry.
begin advancing.
This appears to be as far as we go.
Oh, the parry.
This.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
much longer.
Okay, that was that one. C, let's go to C.
End here.
I gotta capture the node.
It's not working
Who's this guy?
Is my training not enough?
Dong. What was his name? Dong Min. Oh, yeah, that's
Appears to be
unblockable.
as
I
far
gotta
as we go.
Where did I go wrong? Things don't look too good.
Is this the end?
Oh.
Anticipated.
This is so much like Battlefield 1. It's so good.
This is bad. If someone doesn't get here fast, we're done for.
Musu.
I'm gonna lose?
Each of them was desperate to claim glory for themselves, only to be routed. I suppose numbers alone are not enough.
The road ahead is thorny, but walk it we shall. Our allies appear to be disorganized. Since we have greater flexibility, we must step up to support them. An opening. Got this. I should fall back while I can.
I will not let any of them come close to the general. I will be his unbreakable shield.
An opening.
Got him.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Fall back.
Okay, I gotta figure out the next camp. Is J? We're losing J again.
Let's go.
We're losing J again.
I have a mission to achieve.
Okay, guys.
As such, I
We
shall
got,
withdraw
we got
for
some
now.
turbines in here too. We got some turbines.
Thanks for the help.
Who's this? Yan. Oh no, you don't. Oh!
Prepare yourself. Let's get serious.
Wan Yuzin. Man, this is so much
enemy
like
officer
Battlefield 1.
has been defeated.
This is so good.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Let's go.
Alright, we gotta ride north.
Got me.
You never liked this franchise? It's nothing to do with
Live up to the
Battlefield.
expectations of my benefactor.
No, it's like Battlefield in the sense that you know how when you're defending or you're attacking in
May not be able
Battlefield,
to make it through
you have
this.
those areas that you have to overtake or defend.
The enemy officer.
It's just like
been
that.
defeated.
Bitter end. Let's go.
That's what I mean when I say it's like Battlefield.
Where did I go wrong? Things don't look too good.
Wait, what are we
Harsh
supposed
as
to do?
things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
Who? Oh, G. Do we gotta go G? Okay, no, get out of here. Get out of here. We gotta go to G. Quick. Let's go. Immediately, we have to go. Everybody's converging in the on G.
And rethink my plans.
The retreat would be the best option.
Oh, this is not good.
Things.
I'm here.
I won't be able to take care of this all on my own.
We're finally here. Sorry for the trouble.
You have sensed our difficulties, lad. Now that you are
Oh, he's doing
we
it.
shall eliminate our foes.
I'd better scram for now.
It was hard. Utterly humiliating. I'm starting to get fatigued.
Get this guy out of here quick.
Can't believe this. The enemy officer has been defeated.
Forgive me for imposing on you with such a menace. I am ready to face any punishment. All my might.
Oh, do I? Oh, I see. Okay, it's giving me the prompt to counter it.
How do I come back from this?
There we go.
I must leave
What?
this battle in your capable hands.
Oh wow, I died. I died. That was like the very end too. I died by like 1 HP. So all I have to do is just... Wait, what? After being defeated in battle, you can recreate Battlefield? This lets you take another look at how the battle progressed. So now that I know who the main enemy is, I'm just gonna rush to the main enemy. I'm not even gonna fight any of the other generals. If that was literally all I had to do,
Ensure that justice is done.
I'm just gonna go straight to the main guy and just skip everything else, unless he doesn't show up until a certain point.
The lords are advancing.
Like skip this
Must
guy
keep pace.
and just go straight to
Onwards.
B. I'm just gonna go straight to B.
Forward! We must reach Sishui Gate first! Is this some sort of joke? A minor official like that would dare advance before a member of the UN family.
Skip this guy, go straight to B.
Just as expected. Now we can get behind them.
I got some reinforcements.
Everyone, stay calm. Let our allies protect the rear of our forces. Keep your eyes forward.
This appears to be as far as we go. The enemy's strength is growing. They'll be swallowed up in their momentum soon enough.
What happened to the rear guard of Wen Shu's forces?
That guy's down.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Take pride.
This is the
in
guy
your
who killed me. This is the guy who I lost to. I gotta take him.
no matter how you slice it.
Do not allow the likes of them to divert our attention. Leave them to our allies and push on! Start the advance!
This appears to be as far as we come. Something about this battle doesn't feel right. I speak more of our allies than our enemies.
We are now in control here. Keep up this momentum, and we will take Sishui Gate. Don't let them take all the glory. Follow them. Start the advances.
This appears to be as far as we go.
Take this.
Parry.
I'll leave this area
That guy's out.
has been defeated.
That was the guy. Wait, that dude was causing the whole that guy was causing like a triple bypass blockage right there.
Too strong.
What was this?
Is that all you have to offer? Bring out the next soldier.
Where am I supposed to go? Can I just go straight to the main boss?
Impossible. It can't be human. Is it over already? I expected more from the coalition forces.
Hey, we're winning because I killed that one guy with the hammer so fast. Okay, let's get this guy out of here. I don't know why, but this reminds me of Battlefield 1. That's the only Battlefield this reminds me of.
Typical of Lord Huashiang.
Oh!
Let's take this opportunity.
Yeah, that's how you pair. That's how you counter. That's how you counter the ults. Wait, who's this guy? Someone's advancing west?
Die in a place like this.
This appears to be as far as we go.
This is not working out. It's my training not enough.
Cannot hold out for much longer.
Here's the resistance is futile.
An opening.
This the end?
Cannot hold out for much longer.
Wait, we're losing? How are we losing so fast?
Where did I go wrong? Things don't look too good.
No, this is bad. If someone doesn't get here fast, we're done for.
The battle is more intense than I anticipated. I will continue to fight without complaint.
Each of them was desperate to claim glory for themselves.
We lost the E node.
I suppose numbers alone are not enough.
Here's the resistance is futile.
Our allies appear to be disorganized. Since we have greater flexibility, we must step up to support them.
Where did I go wrong?
Okay, that guy's out.
Things don't look too good.
Has been defeated.
We may not be able to make it through this.
I'm gonna go to F and see what's going
My
on.
reign cannot end here.
You're going for 96 gigabytes
Rest
total.
up to you.
So what are you gonna do? You're doing 2 X48 or 4 times 24?
The retreat would be the best option right now.
They've got me. Harsh as this may seem, I will not accept defeat.
Oh, that guy again? Wait, didn't I just defeat that guy?
I'm gonna lose?
We saw this victory before it even happened.
Get this guy out quick.
I challenge you to battle. Prepare yourself.
Inconceivable. To think this is to be my end.
Wait, what? Oh, what? See, okay, I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't understand what I'm doing here. Apparently I'm doing something wrong. I'm supposed to either defend or something. I thought I could just go on the offense. And it was the same dude with the hammer. It was the same dude with the hammer. I thought he already killed that guy.
Impossible. It can't be human. Is
Oh,
it
the
over
guy down
already?
here?
I expected more from the coalition forces.
Reporting! The enemy officer Hua Xiong is laying waste to our forces! Take this!
But he's just one man.
Oh yeah, I can give them
Lord Hua Xiong,
orders.
let's take this opportunity to attack.
Begin advancing!
The enemy officer has been defeated.
In a place like this. This appears to be as far as we go.
This is not working out. Is my training not enough? I cannot hold out for much longer. Let's go. Your aid is truly welcome. I reckon we are all in your debt now.
Is this the end?
Each of them was desperate to claim glory for themselves,
Wait, how do I?
only to be routed. I suppose numbers alone are not enough.
Encircle.
I can't lose my
For this one, I want them to charge.
Where did I go wrong?
Actually, I want
Things
them
don't
to
look too good.
volley.
We cannot hold out for much longer.
And then for what?
Where did I go wrong? Things don't look too good.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Must fall back.
Let's go! Amazing! You are a swift and deadly warrior!
I'll allow others to take the glory today.
Okay,
Our
F.
allies appear to be disorganized.
F needs
Since
charge.
we have greater flexibility, we must step up to support them.
Let's go.
How do I mess up the move?
The retreat would be the best option right now.
Wait, where is that guy? There's a guy in trouble over there.
I can't die like this. I need to retreat.
We may not be able to make it through this.
I shall put an end to you with my intellect.
Whoa.
Curses. The reign cannot end here. Here's the resistance is futile.
The mighty Wen Shao joins.
Take them all my might!
No way. I'm gonna lose?
The head is thorny, but walk it we shall.
I cannot afford to fall here.
This is bad.
This guy's got like some kind of high level.
If you're fast, we're done for.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Okay, that guy
Battle
was.
was more intense than I anticipated.
There's a whole bunch right here.
Continue to fight without complaint.
100 KOs.
Take this!
I leave the rest up to you. He's not good. Guess I'll have to fall back. I leave the rest up to you.
Partial things may seem.
Got him.
I will not accept defeat.
Uh-oh, someone's in a desperate fight. He needs assistance at once.
You're here. We shall eliminate our foes. Situation.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I'm afraid I must retreat.
Let's go.
Man, there's so many. Wait, oh wait, there's a whole bunch that are coming from the north.
A little rest to recharge their lungs for the sake of valor. Guess you wanna die.
I must leave this battle in your capable hands. Done for.
Uh-oh, there's too many generals.
We must keep fighting.
How do I come back from this?
I need encirclement. Quick.
Looking rough. I won't be able to take care of this all on my own.
Oh wow, there's too many.
Not be stopped.
I need to go farm some healing items.
Let's go.
I need to find healing items. I kind of messed up there. Maybe there's some in here. Oh, this is an enemy base. There we go.
Lose heart, and you lose the fight. No giving up. To the bitter end.
Hold on, where is the team? There's usually like a flag bearer. Yeah, this guy right here. If I kill this guy,
This is to be my end.
oh wow. I don't even know where that guy is. That guy always like runs off and gets killed somehow. Oh, I guess I can. If there's other checkpoints, I feel like I'm playing Battlefield 1, and we keep getting pushed back.
Let's go.
Each round, I keep losing a round.
I will not accept defeat.
Oh, see, that guy's over here for me. Where is he? How do I know where that guy is? This guy. He's literally right in front of me.
Anticipated. I will continue to fight without complaint.
This guy's in desperate need of help.
You've sensed our difficulties. Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
I have a mission to achieve. As such, I shall withdraw for now.
Damn. Not good. Guess I'll have to fall back.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
How about this?
This is as far as we go. I'm afraid I must retreat.
Oh, you got special moves. Okay.
You will have to make do without me. Infested.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Man, I leave the rest up to you.
Okay, so I'm supposed to defend the captain guy who keeps getting attacked by all these generals.
Forgive me. I must leave this battle in your capable hands.
The retreat will be the best.
Are you talking about this game?
Tooth and nail. Right until the very last moment.
Things
The enemy
are
officer
looking rough.
has been defeated.
Man,
Won't
there's
be
so
able
many
to take
generals
care of this
attacking
all
this
on
guy.
my own.
What?
Take this!
Man, how does that guy keep dying?
My end.
He's getting attacked by like 12 generals. Am I using a mouse and keyboard? No, I'm using a controller. I'm using the Xbox Series X controller. This game is harder than I thought. I don't understand. It's like the guy who you're supposed to prevent from dying keeps on end up dying regardless.
Let's go. The battle is more intense than I anticipated. I will continue to fight without complaint.
Harsh as things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
See, that guy's in a desperate struggle already.
Sensed our difficulties then. Now that you're here,
The enemy
we
officer
shall eliminate our
has
foes.
been defeated.
I leave the rest up to you.
He's doing cool moves. Have you ever built in what?
I have a mission to achieve. As such,
Have
I
you
shall
ever
withdraw.
built in the attack helicopter case? But no. Pretty much all the cases that I have built are the ones that are on the live stream. Except some of the really old cases. The one case, I have a Cooler Master case that I've never actually done a live stream build with. That's my Linux case.
I'm afraid I must retreat.
Well, I can.
Take this! Take that! Time to act.
I'm guessing there's some kind of effect.
Situation.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
You should be armed.
Got this!
Looking rough.
Bring glory to our forces! Take this!
I confessed it.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
I leave the rest up to you. You should be armed.
There we go!
Oh, I need to find food.
I must retreat and rethink my plans.
Wait, this guy's another dude with the hammer?
Let's get serious.
Feel my
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Things are looking rough. I won't be able to take care of this all on my own.
believe this.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Oh man. Whoa, 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 whoa. This guy's really trying to chase me down. One, you save me? I need food.
Inconceivable.
What? This guy died again? How?
This is to be
What?
my
How
end.
does this guy keep dying? Man, I can't save the general. He just keeps getting himself killed. I don't understand how that guy just keeps on dying. I don't even know if I could have held
Battle
out
is
that
more
much
intense
longer
than
though. Like
I
I was almost dead
anticipated.
myself.
But I will continue to fight without complaint.
Harsh as things may seem,
Their Muso is
not
really
accept
bad.
defeat.
It like pushes the enemy back too far. See, there he is, facing a desperate fight. Assistant once.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
All right, where is? I just need to find where he's standing. And just stand right next to him. There he is. I just need to stand next to him. And also, we need to charge this.
Good. Guess I'll have to fall back.
You will have to make do without me.
I should fall back while I can.
Oh, that was a nice parry. Alright, that one's out.
The enemy
Oh, this
officer.
guy's still. Whoa! Parry that big boy hammer. Oh, that was 2 in a row. Alright, this dude is right here. He's currently at half health. So let's see if I can keep him alive this time. Use a tornado on him. Just summon a tornado. Yeah! Tornado!
The enemy
I
officer
shall return
has
after
been
reviewing
defeated.
my strategy.
Okay, where is the
Truly
general?
amazing. I'm happy
There he
to have
is.
you in our
He's
ranks.
going way over there. Okay, here he is.
I must
Here he is.
retreat.
And here
rethink
comes
my
some
plans.
randos. Here we go again. Oh
Enemy
yeah.
officer.
Get that one out of there too. Now who else? Oh, there's more. There's more. They're coming in fast.
Retreat would be the best option right now.
We need encirclement. Oh man. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is like,
Enemy officer has been defeated.
see what I mean? It feels like I'm playing Battlefield.
My ambition cannot be stopped.
Things are looking rough. I won't be able to take care of this all on my own.
I must live up to the expectations of my benefactor. I am Richie. Will ensure victory by any means necessary. Take this. Not over yet. Lose hard, and you lose the fight. No giving up. To the bitter end.
You really helped me.
There we go. All right, one
The enemy
more.
officer has been defeated.
There we go. Parry him. Parry him from all that Rise of the Ronin training. Remember your Rise of the Ronin training. Oh man,
The
that
enemy
is so
officer
satisfying.
has been defeated.
Okay, now there he is. There he is. He's at like 60% health. Let's go.
Feel ashamed. What happened was inevitable. Onward, no hesitation.
So you had to beat like 6 or 7 generals in a row. What settings are you playing at? This is 4K Ultra. This is 4K Ultra. This is good news because it means that Rise of the Ronin on PC is doing really well. It's not that hard to run. Oh, counter! Oh!
At this rate.
Take this.
Oh, very.
This is getting tough. Maybe we should call for help.
Nice. Easy. Time to act. Time to act. An opening. Time to attack. Is that it? Looking rough. Looking rough.
Oh, the parry. They added the parry mechanic to this game. Everybody's just doing parry mechanics now in their games.
Has been defeated. Fall back. You have amazing talent.
Alright, we got lots of generals here now. I think we're winning now.
Go to waste.
Come to help me out? Let's go. I would be a fool to refuse your aid.
Open the door.
Imposing on you in such a manner.
Oh, attack the door.
To face any punishment.
Oh, they got a battering ram.
Over here.
I knew you were coming, but I didn't think it would take that long. Yes, our front has
I haven't capped at 140. Hold on, I gotta get capped at 140 by the way. So this is 4K. Here's the frame rate. So this monitor is a 144 hertz monitor. Actually, let's just do 480, see what it does. Let's see where it maxes out.
Let's start the advance.
Alright, the expeditionary forces are now advancing. Okay, the maximum FPS looks like it's in the 120s.
Capturing will take time.
Which means a 120 cap is actually pretty close. What I'll do is I will cap it to 144, because that's the max of this monitor.
More difficult if their archers remain in range. Perhaps we should first soften their defenses with our catapults.
Okay, we'll do volley.
We are stopping here. Make sure you get a good look at the enemy's movements.
Oh, that's how you do the command. I was doing the commands wrong.
Very well. Then now's the time for our attack.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance.
It's now advancing to block the stone barrage.
Manage the situation poorly.
I am Guan Yu, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, flee now. I should take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
Our preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone.
Man, this guy's got a lot of HP.
I have no time for these swarms of vermin. Is there no one who can face the mighty Quan Strong?
Oh no, the boss is in trouble again.
You sensed our difficulties then. Now that you're here,
Where is he?
we shall eliminate our foes.
Did he die? Who's this? Oh, a duel?
Impressive. Looks like we've got a real fight on our hands. Smashed him to bits.
Oh, that's unblockable.
Excellent. Now, go forth.
Now what? What was that all about? That was a duel. That was a random duel.
I am in your debt.
Oh, I need to change territory. Yeah, Guan Yu, get in here. Yeah, Guan Yu. Oh, he's getting rushed by these football players. See what his moves are. Okay.
Not bad. Can't take it anymore. Retreat! Retreat! Hold strong!
Wow. What? 1,000? What? Army of one? What did he just do? He just did his Army of one.
Warrior of the Three Kingdoms.
Get ready for a bloodbath!
The enemy is attempting to execute a grand tactic. You can stop them by meeting certain conditions. Successfully stopping them will increase odds. How do I stop them?
Cannot meet my end here. We must retreat.
Take this! Let's get serious.
Hold on, what am I supposed to do?
Coming after me then? Huh. Determined, I see.
I'm confused. What am I supposed to even do?
Inconceivable.
He killed the general, of course.
This is to be my end.
I'm confused. Well, that checkpoint was much further than the other ones.
Very well. And now's the time for our attack.
AMD has an alternative to CUDA. It's called Rockin'. And the encoder is no different.
Harsh as things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
Man, why does the general always end up like? Where is he?
The enemy
It's like
is
I
planning
probably
something.
should just stay with him the whole time.
mobilize
And
a
not even
rear
go
guard.
anywhere.
Start the
I don't
advance!
even know where he is. Oh, he's over there, way in the middle.
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stones.
There. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's the main boss, isn't it?
No time for these swarms of vermin. Is there no one who can face the mighty Quad Strong?
You don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
Faced our difficulties then. Now that you're here,
Again,
we
this
shall eliminate our foes.
a duel.
Impressive. Looks like we've got a real fight on our hands.
Oh man. I think that's it. That's it. He was defeated. Decisive victory.
This is the end for me.
The enemy countering me is the worst.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you do kind of need to win that duel so that you can.
Take pride.
I want to encircle the
You
main
have
general.
failed the great
This guy.
Quad Strong.
My word, someone defeated Huasho. Such valor deserves high praise indeed.
Excellent.
What is happening? Oh, they're lining up like a football, it's like a FIFA. FIFA, whoa!
Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot.
Behold, I am Guan Yu, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, free now. I shall take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
I thank thank you for coming to my aid.
I can't even advance. There's just too many enemies on screen.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be of more assistance.
Even match. We must push harder.
Okay, I need him to issue some commands.
Not exactly sure what happened back there. I'd better scram for now.
What? Just like that, 800 kills?
In the name of my brother.
How do I come back from this?
You really helped me. You should be
Enemy officer has been defeated.
My heart would be lost if I were to fall here.
Alright, that's another one.
Enemy officer has been defeated.
Not go as planned.
I must try again later.
What is happening? Oh, volley. We need our own.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
This is to be my end.
How does the main guy just keep getting killed? Like, I don't even understand how he just dies so easily. I don't understand how that guy gets killed so fast. He just straight up dies. They do their little FIFA foot human wall and he dies. I guess he gets. This is the guy. The dude on the horse just instantly gets one shot by an arrow or something and it's game over.
Let's go.
First of all, no. I kind of want you to encircle the main guy.
I'm Guan Yu, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, flee now. I shall take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize.
They have so many generals.
Start the advance!
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stones.
Hold strong.
Let's cover some ground!
The situation poorly.
We're being bombarded!
Let's just do it.
The main boss is already in desperate situation.
Now.
Oh, but I'm right next to him though. Guan Yu's gonna clear out house. He's gonna clean house. 800 kills. 1,000 kills.
Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Your turn.
You are a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms.
Don't crush me.
Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot.
So yeah, we'll just charge right back at him. Counter their charge in my house.
We're evenly matched. The real battle starts here.
All my might.
The enemy officer
Exactly
has been defeated.
your cool. I thank you for coming to my aid.
Where is the main guy? See, I don't even know where he is. I keep losing sight of him.
This can't be.
And then I died. I feel like there's something that I'm supposed to do differently instead of trying to just charge right in. I feel like there's some kind of strategy. It says something like you're supposed to use catapults.
Very well. And now's the time for our attack.
Okay, maybe there's something over here.
Let's go.
Harsh as things may seem right now, I will not accept defeat.
The enemy is
What if I take this camp?
We should mobilize the rear guard.
Start the advance!
The situation poorly. Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Feel my steel!
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Okay, if we take this camp, do I have the camp now?
I cannot meet my end
Guess
here.
not.
I must retreat.
I can't take it anymore. Retreat! Retreat! I'm not exactly sure what happened back there. I'd better scram for now. Attack!
What if I just go straight for the main boss?
I'm determined, I see. I'm raring to go. Don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
This is the main boss. I think if I kill him, it's game over for them.
Get ready! Got this.
Leave it to me.
Coming at you. Tear you to pieces.
Inconceivable. To think this is to be my end.
Oh, he died already. I wasted time going to that camp. I think just go straight for the main guy. And just, like, try to DPS him down before my captain dies. I think that's the best strategy that I can think of. You would really hold up on buying a GPU now. Yeah, I think now is the time to be waiting. The only thing worth getting right now is the platform upgrade.
Let's go.
So like the actual motherboards and CPUs and stuff, that's what you get now, not graphics cards.
Harsh as things may seem,
Graphics cards are not so
I
good
will
upgrade
not
right
accept
now.
defeat.
Okay, that guy's saying desperate fight, blah blah blah, whatever.
Countering
As long as
me
I
is
kill
the
this
worst
guy,
thing that could happen
probably.
to you.
And also,
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize the rear
you
guard.
don't have enough.
Start the advance!
Why are you do it?
Don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
Leave it to me. Our preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone. Judge the situation poorly.
Hold strong! Your turn.
You are a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms, I am sure.
Oh, he's doing his thing. He's hitting the gong.
Then start difficulties. Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes. They've got me.
I'm not exactly sure what happened back there. I'd better scram for now. Coming at you.
Okay, so that's gonna be a little bit too hard because all the random NPCs will just charge. I got a little bit further that time though. I still think that's the best strategy, is to just aim for the main boss. But it's gonna be hard.
And now's the time for our attack.
Instead of picking off all the generals, just kill the main one.
Let's go.
Attack.
I'm Guan Yu, Liu Bei's blade of justice. When the drones unprepared to face me, flee now. I shall take on the rest. Hold strong.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
Don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance!
Okay, I need to kill...
Preparations are complete.
I need to get this guy right here.
I will not accept defeat.
What does this even mean?
Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot!
We're being bombarded!
Oh, I see.
Judge the situation.
Alright, we gotta get over here.
Coming after me then? Determined, I see.
Faced our difficulties then. Now that you're here, we shall
I
eliminate
died.
our foes.
By going after the main boss, I accelerate the tempo of the battle like all the way to like the finale. Because you skip all the parts where he's like, "Oh, I'm in desperate need of help."
Then now's the time for our attack.
Let's go. Blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, flee now. I shall take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
Don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance!
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone.
I have no time for these swarms of vermin. Is there no one who can face the mighty Qua strong? Try your luck again.
Alright, this is it.
Hold strong.
Harsh as things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
Why does it keep pausing?
Encountering me is the worst thing that could have happened to you.
Situation poorly.
I claim another victory in the name of my brother.
For coming to my aid. I am in your debt.
Against our difficulties, then. Now that you're
Alright, we're saving him.
we shall eliminate our foes.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Your turn. You are a true warrior.
Alright, we're right by the main boss.
I am sure.
So we can't stupidly die now. Yeah, get in there, get in there.
Bloodbath, you lot!
Oh, this guy again? He wants a duel? Okay. I'll parry you and do this. Yeah, Guan Yu's in the back all cheering and stuff. Oh, man.
Impressive. Looks like we've got a real fight on our hands. Take this up.
Alright, this guy got owned.
Let's end this.
Alright, that pushes the morale up in our favor. Alright, that gets rid of that one. Yeah.
Something else. Take pride. You have failed the great
Man, the football is crazy.
Valor deserves high praise.
Alright, we did it.
Inconceivable. To
What?
think this is to be my end.
Does this guy keep dying to the football charge? I feel like this is the 5th time that he's died to football charge. I really actually thought I won there.
Very well. And now's the time for our attack.
So easily.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance!
I will not accept defeat.
Hold strong.
Alright, he's facing a desperate fight. Where is he?
Sensed our
I wish I knew where he was.
Now that you are here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Situation poorly.
Our preparations are complete. Begin launching the stones.
It's your turn. I claim another victory in the name of my brother.
You're a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms.
Okay, there's the main boss. He's not dead.
Ready for a bloodbath, Mulan?
The enemy officer has been defeated. Excellent.
Let's get serious.
Now, go forward and show me what you can do.
Encountering me is the worst thing that could have happened to me. I am drawing you, the Liu-Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, flee now. I shall take on the rest.
That's 3 at a time. Here we go.
Fight is truly remarkable.
Thank you for coming to my aid. I am in your debt. It's what happens from here on that counts.
The enemy officer has been defeated. The enemy officer has been defeated. The enemy officer.
Alright, we're making some headway, but there's a lot of these annoying attacking me over and over and over again. Alright, I don't even understand what's going on.
The enemy officer
Something else.
has been defeated.
Take pride. You have failed the great
Oh, I feel like you have to survive like all these insane
Valor
attacks.
deserves high praise indeed.
There we go. We're beating all these generals one after another.
The enemy officer
Do not meet my end here. I must retreat.
Inconceivable.
And then he stupidly dies somehow. I don't even know where he goes. This is pretty challenging. I don't remember the older Dynasty Warriors being this hard. Mainly because you lose because your general gets killed all the time. It's kind of weird. Maybe I should just stand right next to him the entire time. I'm just gonna... Is it gonna skip this?
Then no.
Let's go. Alright, where is he?
I will not accept defeat.
I need to just go find him. Here he is. Is there a way to like mark him?
Don't think you can pass through the gate so easily.
Here he is.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Okay, so there's enemies that are coming up behind us.
We shall eliminate our foes.
There's enemies that come up behind us, so I guess we need to prevent them from...
Very well. Let's go.
First, I need to get rid of this guy probably.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
We've sensed our difficulties there. Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Excellent. Now, go forth. Show me what you can do.
Behold, I am you, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, free now. I shall take on the ring.
Whoa!
It's truly remarkable.
Hold strong.
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone.
You wonder how many FPS? 40, 60? He always does his 1000 KOs.
Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot. You're most definitely
Always doing full infantry charge.
Three kingdoms. Don't think you can.
Here he is. Here he is. I'm gonna stay next to him.
Got me.
There he is. Okay, that's the guy. This is the main guy. As long as he stays alive.
I challenge you to battle. Prepare yourself. Thank you for coming to my aid. I am in your debt.
This is what kills the generals. The dumb football charge. Yeah, even wow. Like, what is the tactic you're supposed to do against that? Use our own charge tactic? It's the random soldiers. It's the foot soldiers that are causing you to die, not the actual enemy general.
Let's go.
Alright, where is he? And he's already at like 60% health.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance!
Harshest things we see. I will not accept defeat.
Judge the situation
There he is.
poorly.
Juan, you will protect him.
Sensed our difficulties then. Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone. Excellent. Now, go forth and show me what you can do.
Behold, I am Guan Yu, Liu Bei Ubei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me. Flee now! I shall take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
You are a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms, I am sure of it.
Oh, they're gonna do. Okay, we need to do our own.
Bloodbath, you lot! Cover some ground! Now, don't stop!
They've got me.
Countering me is the worst thing that could have happened to you. Got this.
Oh wow, man, this is a lot more challenging than I thought it would be. I think I need to start at an earlier section though, because the general starts at 60%, so he doesn't have that much health.
Let's go. Harsh as things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
This game is using about almost 10 gigs of VRAM. You see it on the screen.
Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Judge the situation poorly.
Where is this guy?
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stones. Leave it to me.
Hold strong.
Excellent. Now, go forth.
So hard to
Show
tell
what
where
you can
the
do.
leader is.
I go on you, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me. Flee now! I shall take on the rest.
The way you fight is truly remarkable.
You're most definitely a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms. Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot!
They just respawn a whole bunch of troops.
Now, to gain the advantage. Encountering me is the worst thing that could have happened to you. The enemy officer has been defeated.
Look, I'm right by him. I'm right by him.
I'll challenge you to battle. Prepare yourself.
They've got me.
I thank you for coming to my aid. I am in your debt. Never underestimated an opponent so badly.
Not exactly sure what happened back there. I'd better scram for now.
We're on the back foot. We need to at least get back on level terms.
Feel my skill!
I'm afraid I've got no choice but to fall back.
Man, this is hard. I don't understand what the best strategy is. If you go too slow, the main boss, your main captain will get killed. And if you go too fast, you end up dying because you get run over by a bunch of football players.
Very well.
Is there some kind of tactic or something that I'm supposed to be looking for?
Harsh as things may seem, I will not accept defeat.
So he's facing a desperate struggle. So
The enemy is planning something. We should mobilize a rear guard.
Start the advance!
maybe just kill this guy.
You sensed our difficulties then. Now that you're here, we shall eliminate our foes.
Situation poorly.
Preparations are complete. Begin launching the stone.
I have no time for these swarms of vermin. Is there no one who can face the mighty Hua Strong?
Okay, I'd rather duel him than...
Impressive. Looks like we've got a real fight on our hands. Got this.
Time to end this.
This is the end for me.
The enemy officer.
Okay, that helps. That does help. Now what do I
What
do?
you can do.
Circle.
Something else. Take pride. When you have failed the wash you off.
My word, someone defeated Huasho. Such valor deserves high praise indeed.
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Behold, I am Guan Yu, Liu Bei's blade of justice. Those unprepared to face me, free now! I shall take on the rest.
We'll have to counter their charges around.
Fight is truly remarkable.
I would say Guan Yu.
Get ready for a bloodbath, you lot!
Even match. We must push harder.
Where is the, where is this guy at?
Hold strong! Feel still!
Draws here.
I claim another victory in the name of my brother.
Okay, let's prepare to make our attack. We need to make this decisive.
Oh, Lieutenant.
I claim another victory in the name of my brother.
You sure know how to fight.
Hey, you're really doing well out there. I expect nothing less from you.
Encountering me is the worst thing that could have happened to you.
You're a true warrior of the Three Kingdoms.
I cannot end my end here. I must retreat. They've got me.
This is the end. Not exactly sure what happened back there. I'd better scram for now.
officer
not go as
has
planned.
been defeated.
I must try again later.
Alright, there's the main. There he is. You can help him. Where are they going? Oh, here he is.
Time to really get into it. Get ready, everyone.
What? Your allies are preparing a grand tactic? Preparations will complete once the conditions are met when your allies are ready to approach them.
Let's go.
What do I do?
Come to this.
Let's go. Opening.
Brace yourself. Harshest thing may seem. I will not accept defeat. You sensed our difficulties then. Now that
It's
you're
just that once. Where is he?
we shall eliminate our foes.
Advance. Stick close to me. Now.
Take a charge this way.
You should be on.
There he is.
Got this.
Bring them down.
My apologies, but I must fall back.
The guard has fled?
Down.
All my might.
Oh, there he is.
Did I think this did?
The enemy officer has been defeated.
Let's go.
I don't have enough Oh no, he's almost dead. Where is he? Oh, it's one you. He died. Alright, I think I'm done with this game. Interesting game. I don't know if I'm actually gonna play it. It's cool, but I feel like this is the sort of game that gets kind of boring after a while. It gets really repetitive. Let me do recreate battlefield. What does that do? First of all, this guy starts here. There's so many generals and they get killed so fast on the blue team. And then the enemy forces, they have, wait, is it an equal amount? No, yeah, the red has more, of course. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a Dynasty Warriors game, but it just doesn't feel like it's that interesting. It's not that interesting. Like, Wolong Fallen Dynasty is actually a lot better than this. Lubu fight duration? Wait, Lubu's supposed to be in this? Interesting.
All's well that ends well.
10 gig of VRAM, 3060 with 12 gig of VRAM. That 3060 may actually play the game better at 1080p. What do you mean? What are the system requirements for this game? I don't even know what the system requirements are. I just like downloaded it because somebody recommended it. Let me see. Okay, it says that the recommended is a Intel i7 7700K or a Ryzen 7 5700X. And then for the graphics card, well, it does say for memory, system memory, 16 gigabytes. Graphics, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070, 8 gigabyte or better. AMD 5700 XT, 8 gigabyte or better. The X12, 27 gigabytes of storage. So based off of what they say, 1080p and a frame rate of 60 FPS. So like a 2070 or a 5700 XT will be doing about 60 frames per second on high graphic settings at 1080p. I don't think this game is that hard to run. I don't think it's any harder to run than like Wolong Fallen Dynasty or any of those games. It's the same engine. It's the Dynasty Warriors engine, which is the same engine that Rise of the Ronin, Neo 2, Stranger of Paradise, all of those games. Okay. Do you have any good story game recommendations? There's a, what do you mean by story game? Like an RPG? No, it's water. It's just water. Well, I guess we're done with this. This game looks like it's gonna be good. I guess if you like Dynasty Warriors. I like the really old ones, like the first Samurai Warriors and Dynasty Warriors 4 and 4. Well, not Dynasty Warriors 4. Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires, which was more like a spin-off of Dynasty Warriors. It was more like tactic based. Whereas I think with Dynasty Warriors, you basically play through a story mode. That's mostly what it is. Oh. Let's see. Let's do this instead. Although I don't think this is going to be able to... Is this going to be able to catch this game? Because it's like... Oh, it requires... Okay, I need to stop the stream real quick. It's gonna show like I'm buffering or whatever, but I'll be right back. I need to rerun this. Okay, let's see. I need to do something in this game actually because there's only a few days left, and I just came back to this game. There's like what? 2 days to do this. You're a big fan of medieval fantasy, so you like the Dark Souls games then?
The hustle and bustle of the world. Still.
Okay, here we go. Oh, you played Warriors Orochi? I think I played Warriors Orochi 3 or 4. I can't remember. I think Warriors Orochi 3 on the PlayStation 3. That was the only one that I played. Hold on. In this game, how do I... Oh, yeah, we need to do this. I haven't played this in a while, actually. I'm so behind. I want the free weapon. It's the only reason why I'm playing this. See, I haven't even done anything, like, ends in 2 days and I'm level 0. I hope this doesn't take more than like 40 minutes to speed run through everything. Warriors Orochi has a bunch of characters from other franchises though, right? Like even Koei Tecmo's JRPG series stuff, like the Atelier series, if I remember, those characters are also in there. So somebody was asking earlier what's a good story game. So if you like JRPGs, then there's a lot of games that look kind of like this game that came out this year, like Romancing Saga, Visions of Mana, the Yakuza series, the what is it, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Persona 3 Reload. Like there's been a slew of games, story-based games that have come out this year that are really good. If you have a PlayStation 5, I mean Final Fantasy VII Rebirth would be my top recommendation. And then there's also Metaphor ReFantazio, Shin Megami Tensei 6 or 5. Another game that I didn't play, which came out back in the summer. So there's a lot. I don't know what I'm supposed to do because I wasn't paying attention. Head to the rehearsal room. Warriors Orochi's a mashup of Dynasty Warriors and Samurai Warriors, and then everything else they could throw into it, like Atelier and Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. I just never understood what was the... Like, what do you do in Warriors Orochi, though? Like, is it the same like Dynasty Warriors? You just have to fight a bunch of generals? Fight a bunch of villains? Yeah. How many of those games are out? Because I think I played the third one. I never really got very far into it, though. The only games that I know of that are coming out next year is Dynasty Warriors, Origins, and Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know of anything. Is GTA supposed to come out? That's really the only game that I'm looking forward to next year. I'm glad that it comes out in Q1, so there's not some insane wait time. keep forgetting you can't jump in this game. Is there some achievement for breaking all of these? There be or be left behind. What? Be there or be left behind. Oh, be there or be left behind. What is that? GTA 6 waiting line for PC is gonna be unfortunate. Yeah. You know what's weird though? From Software normally releases a game, a major game, every 3 years. So if we're not counting Shadow of the Erdtree, the DLC, next year should be their next big game. But there's been no leaks, no rumors, no teaser trailers, nothing. So maybe they aren't actually gonna do anything for next year. I mean, the more I think about it, they did release Armored Core 6 last year, and then they did Shadow of the Erdtree this year. What am I supposed to do here? During the festival, I can't read the word because the Afterburner is in the way. Why do I have this open? I don't even need Afterburner for this game. This game doesn't exceed 60. Close this. It's in the way. Star Rail crashed. Or did it? No, did it? Yeah, no, it crashed. Wow, it crashed because I closed Afterburner. Afterburner was hooked into it and didn't like that. Interesting. Well, I know that game has a whole bunch of, like, I don't know. So it's kind of like playing like Valorant. It has like anti-cheat stuff like way up there at the top level of the OS. Erdtree was so big they might take some time with their next project. Which game do you think is Game of the Year? There's a whole lot of controversy around Shadow of the Erdtree about regarding Game of the Year. Okay, the only reason why I'm doing this is I want to get this weapon, this light cone, because I don't have a good destruction light cone. So what do I do? You've become the manager of the music party's performing band, and now your band needs to complete 3 performances on the stage in the middle of the campus. What do I do? Oh, prepare the show. Erdtree, I personally don't. Shadow of the Erdtree was very, very good. I don't think it should be Game of the Year, though. I don't think it should be Game of the Year. It would be really, really lame for it to win a second time. Because basically, Elden Ring was Game of the Year 2 years ago. So for it to win again, effectively it's the same game. Yes, I know it's new content, but it's still the same game. The fact that you have to buy the base game, it's not a standalone game. See, there's so many arguments about that on both sides of the fence. There's those that say, well, Shadow of the Erdtree has so much content that it has more content than the average standalone game. And then the other argument against it is, well, it's not a standalone game because you have to buy the original game to play it. And then not only do you have to buy the original, you also have to play very, very far into the original. You have to progress very far, almost toward the end of the game, in order to even get to the Shadow of the Erdtree content. And there's no way to skip any of that stuff. Out of the nominees, you like Metaphor and 7 Rebirth? Yeah, I actually want... So, it was a tough choice for me. If I had to pick one of them, I gotta give it to Rebirth. You feel like it's either gonna be Rebirth or Elden Ring? I don't know, because the vote is all over the place, but the thing is, the votes are only like 10% of the thing, so I have no idea who's going to win. What am I supposed to do? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Okay. I'm not supposed to play on that, okay. This is like... This reminds me of... I shouldn't talk, I'm messing myself when I speak. That reminds me of the piano in Rebirth. That minigame. I don't know, was this even good or bad? I don't even know. I guess we're done. New difficulty unlocked. Oh, you just have to get 3 stars. Oh, now we're doing this on hard mode. Well, at least this event is pretty easy to go through. Your actual favorite game from the list is probably just Balatro. That's ever happening. So, what exactly is Balatro? Is that just a card game? Like, I've been trying to understand what that actually is. Is it a mobile card game that's on, like, multiple platforms? Can someone explain Balatro to me? Okay, what do we do here? Oh, we just gotta keep doing this. This is on Herta's spaceship. It's a poker roguelike. You can make increasingly illegal hands, and you can get score based on multiple modifiers. Is it? But see, why would it get nominated as Game of the Year? Is it really that good? Is it a mobile game? What was the game that won Game of the Year 2020? Was it Genshin Impact? When I think of 2020, I think of, like, Genshin Impact. Because that's, like, the one game. I mean, Neo 2 was 2020. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake was 2020 also. But I don't even know what was Game of the Year that year. I keep thinking it was Genshin Impact. Because Genshin Impact was a mobile game that was just so good that it just, like, took the world by storm. Demon's Souls Remaster was Game of the Year? I don't think so. Was Demon's Souls can't be Game of the Year. 2020. Demon's Souls was already Game of the Year like 2009. Oh, The Last of Us Part 2? What? See, I don't even remember The Last of Us Part 2. Wait, in 2020, The Last of Us was in Part 2 was in 2020? Oh yeah, I guess it was. Well, that shows how much staying power that game had. Don't even remember it releasing that year. Yeah, I played the first one, I didn't play the second one. Yeah, I don't know if I will play it. I kind of want to watch, I still have to watch the live action series. This is such a weird rhythm game. Okay, hard mode. I feel like if they were gonna nominate an indie for Game of the Year, they could have just done it last year with Lethal Company. Yeah, I don't know what Lethal Company... That sounds vaguely familiar, but I never played it. This game came out last year, and I think this was best mobile game of last year. I'm pretty sure it won also. I don't know what's best mobile game of this year though, or like, yeah. Zenless Zone Zero, I don't like. I never played it, and I probably never will. And then Wuthering Waves, I tried it. I played it for like a month and then quit. And then the other ones that are on the list, I never played them. Lethal Company won Best Early Access Game. The Golden Joystick Awards. How does Black Myth Wukong? Has anyone played Black Myth Wukong on the higher difficulty level? Assuming there was. If I remember, there is a higher difficulty level. I don't remember if you have to actually beat the game to unlock it or not. Because some of those games, like Final Fantasy on the higher difficulty level, is actually pretty hard. Unless you're max level. I mean, if you play on the higher difficulty, you eventually get to max level during the second run.
The hustle and bustle of the world. Still so charming.
So out of all these things, I've only done like one of them. What do I need to do to get this? Complete missions to obtain this. Complete the music challenges to obtain the light cones. Okay. So can I get these things? Oh, I gotta do the third and final one.
The hustle and bustle of the world. Still so charming.
Oh, finally they bring the NPCs or the characters in the game that are actually musicians. I feel like it's been a long time since I've actually played or streamed this game, let alone play this game. He's talking to a trash can. Wait, trash can of hip hop? Sorry, I've got the wrong place. What is this? Trash can of MCing, trash can of rap, trash can of hip hop? What? Keep up with the trash can's beat? Hip hop underground. This is so weird. I didn't expect this minigame to be this type of minigame. I have a feeling to unlock the material to level it up, it's gonna be a much harder than this. To get the ranks, because I need to max rank the weapon as well, because this is literally the only way to do it. What did they mean by this? Well, the trash can is kind of like a really, really difficult enemy in the game. Oh, the judgment line will disappear? Yeah, it's an actual enemy. It almost sounds like a beat from like a Korean music video or something. Oh man, this is so not representative of what this game is, but that's kind of like how Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has all those mini games. This game is kind of like that. It has all these mini games. I gotta speed run through this event. I only got like 1 day to do it. You never played Star Rail? Yeah, this is probably one of the best mobile games. It's actually very free-to-play friendly. Like, it's made by the same company. Well, I don't know if it's made by the exact same developers, but it's made by the same publisher company that makes Genshin Impact made this game. But this game is a newer game, and they give you way more freebies compared to Genshin Impact. It's like whoever's in charge of the game, they're a lot more generous. How can it win an award when it's not a new game, though? Is that award like best ongoing? Or because this is a live service game. 14 had an event like this, you had to make a chocobo sing.
So charming.
You know what? I think I remember that. I've done most of the 14 limited events. At least I think I did. Best ongoing mobile. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah. When this game first came out, Genshin Impact was still a lot better and a lot more popular than this game. But this game rapidly overtook like most other mobile games. And I would say it is a decent rival to Genshin Impact, even though it's from the same publisher. You get more free, like, without spending any money, you can, like, build up a whole bunch of, like, character collections and stuff without even having to spend a dime. You can do the same thing with other gacha games, including Genshin Impact. It just takes a lot more time. That's the difference. You got the 1.35 volt kit on Amazon? Which one? The 8000 or the 6400? The 96 gigabyte 6400 or the 48 gigabyte 8000? Because there's two different ones. It was for Christmas back in Shadowbringers. Then I definitely did it. I can't remember how it looked, though. The only year that I missed out on limited timed events in 14 was 2014. You mean 8000? Wait, 6400? The 8000 kit was the 2x24. The 6400 one is the 2x48. Unless you're talking about a different one. This one sounds like the music is more forward. This one sounds like background music. It's whatever, let's go with hers. Alright, here we go. Here is the musical inspiration you collected. Oh, that's cool. I see what it does. The drums. Okay, what do we do? Do I have a guide for how to get the render on an 8000? For 2.6, you just load the profile. Hey, human sword. I'm doing good. I'm just trying to get this FOMO event done. That's the only reason why I'm playing this game right now. Because I think it ends tomorrow. So, and I haven't logged into this game in like forever. I mean, I don't even think, like, I'm missing whatever the last few characters are. Because I haven't been playing anymore. Reducing the voltage or something once. Didn't fully understand what it... Oh, you're talking about VSOC. Yeah, because you don't need that high of a VSOC if you're running the memory at 8000. You've been playing Zenless Zone Zero? See, I don't know. I saw gameplay of that, and I just didn't really... I don't know. Like, the other thing, too, is I can only stand to play one of these type of games at a time. Like, one is the limit. I cannot handle 2 or 3 or whatever of these type of games. It's just too much logging in, too many dailies. It's like, no. No. I can do one of them, but no more than one. Is it like undervolting? No, it's not undervolting. There, I got it. Okay, I got it. So now I actually have the light cone. This is the only reason why I logged in. But now I gotta get these other 4 things. Which I think is gonna be like hard mode for the song rhythm games. By getting all of them, I pretty much get all these other things as well. Plus this thing, which I do actually kind of need, since I only have 16 of them. What do I need to do here? This? Oh. Progress through the event to unlock. What do I do? Band still needs to complete 2 performances. Oh, meet up with the band members. Yeah, I only stick with 1. I kind of want to switch back to Genshin Impact, though. I am so behind in Genshin Impact. I think I'm more behind in that game than this game. This game I've done up to... Where's the main story? Like, I've done up to this one. Farewell, Penacony. Like, that's as far as I got. Genshin Impact, I'm like... I finished Fontaine. And I'm in, like, whatever is the story between Fontaine and... Well, I guess it's like the very beginning of Natlan. That's how far I am in Genshin. So, but I have not finished the Natlan story. Whereas here, I think I finished the Penacony story. I don't know which one has more story, though. You didn't get any notification from YouTube? That's weird. Well, you didn't really miss a whole lot. It was mostly just me dying continuously, or failing the mission continuously in Dynasty Warriors. And then I switched over to this. Because that game got boring really, really fast. It's a cool, like, hack and slash. Stalker released a patch that fixes over 650 issues. The model kit you posted above is a good kit for 6,000. If it's a 24 gigabyte, if the sticks are 24 gigabytes, yes, that will work. That's what I'm running right now. Andre, subscribe to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Oh wow, another sub. 2 in a row. Wow. Raymar, thanks for the sub. I don't know if you guys are watching live or if you subscribed from watching a YouTube video. That's usually how it goes. There's a lot of people that are watching YouTube videos and they'll end up subscribing. And that's how they get the notification. Just so happens I'm live when that happens. But if you are watching live, welcome to the channel. Oh, I wanted to say something about the Godlike. So I figured out there is some setting. It has to do with what is it? The IO die running in like full power all the time versus auto mode. I set it to auto. Now sleep and wake works correctly. However, I still think there's a bug with the switch that controls the bandwidth sharing between the 4th M.2 drive and the X4 PCIe slot. Because sometimes when I wake the computer up, either the capture card does not wake up with it, or it does wake up with it, but the M.2 drive that shares that bandwidth does not wake up. So I've noticed that as well. And it seems very random. And sometimes both of them work fine, and other times neither one of them works. Or one of them works, but it says X2 lanes. So I've already opened a support ticket with MSI about it, because clearly it... So the thing is, I think it's a BIOS issue. The fact that I gotta look at the block diagram again, because I need to remember if this is on the second chipset or the primary chipset, because that could be something else that could be in there. But the ASM4242 shares bandwidth with the second Gen 5 SSD, and those two work totally fine, because I have another capture card plugged in externally, which uses Thunderbolt 3, and that one wakes up every single time, and the second SSD that shares bandwidth with that is also waking up fine. So it does seem like it is a problem with the way the switch that's on the chipset is working. The other thing too that could be complicating things is my capture card runs at 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 2, not Gen 3 or Gen 4. And the M.2 drive that I have installed wants to run at Gen 3. So I have a Gen 3 device and a Gen 2 device, and they're trying to share the bandwidth, and maybe the switch is getting confused in the auto negotiation. Maybe it can't decide, do you want Gen 2 or do you want Gen 3? But if I give you Gen 3, now if it negotiates Gen 3 for the SSD, the AverMedia can't do Gen 3, so maybe it gets disabled or doesn't work correctly. So maybe there's something like that that's going on. Unfortunately, I don't have any other device that I can test that uses 4 lanes that runs at Gen 3. I just thought of one, though. I have a 10 gigabit network card from Asus. So that uses 4 lanes of it's up to Gen 3, but I think it can run at Gen 2. It only needs 2 lanes to run at the full 10 gig, but it has 4 lanes for backwards compatibility with Gen 2 motherboards. So I could test that device and see if the network card and the 10 gigabit network card and the SSD work correctly. So maybe there's something with the AverMedia because it's Gen 2 and it's like the switch sees the SSD, so it's like, okay, you get Gen 3 speed, but the AverMedia's like, I can't do Gen 3 speed, so I'm gonna shut off. Maybe there's something weird like that going on. So I'm gonna have to do more testing. It's annoying to do these tests though, because the way I have my computer, I have it on the floor, and it's wedged between 2 desks, so I can barely open the side panel because the glass will like slam into the leg of the desk, if that makes sense. So I literally have to like unplug everything on the back, lift it up, wheel it out, and it's just a real huge hassle to have to test all these things. I may have to like pull this system out and just like not use it for live streaming and go back to using the Asus Hero temporarily again for this, and then until I figure out the troubleshooting on the Godlike system. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It will work. It'll work fine. Oh, you're at Micro Center. Interesting. No, the guys at Micro Center don't know what they're talking about when it comes to RAM, typically. I mean, they're not completely clueless, But they haven't tested nearly as many different RAM kits compared to me. So no, it'll work. But if you're doing 4 sticks, because if you're doing 2x48, you're defeating the purpose of running 4 sticks. Or are you talking about running 4 sticks of 48 gig for a total of 192 gigabytes? That won't work without manual tuning. It can work, but it requires a lot of manual tuning. A lot. And that's probably why they're telling you it won't work. If you're talking about 4 sticks. What case are you talking about? Is it better than the Asus what? Gigabyte Aorus Pro Ice? Wait, what are we talking about? I'm lost on what you guys are talking about when it comes to the Strix. I wasn't paying attention. Do you want to upgrade from 32 gigabytes? If you're going to exceed 100 gigabytes, you're going to be running the memory at like 5600 or slower. Unless you really, really know what you're doing. Wait a minute. Wait, is my role in this event as the account manager? Are you serious? I'm like the... I like how the door closed and then it like... Watch, it closed, and then, oh, it was closing while I was, oh, it opens the other way, okay. If you're using AMD Expo, it would allow you to go past 5600. What do you mean? Not for 4 sticks. Maybe if it's like 5200, if the Expo profile's for like 5200, it might work. And when I say manual... When I say manual tuning, I'm not talking about voltages, by the way. I'm talking about something completely different. The complete opposite of voltage. And the other thing, too, that I haven't even looked into is for Zen 5, it's even more complicated than Zen 4, because Zen 5 has all these newer ODT, pull-up value, pull-down value. Those things, I still don't even understand what any of those things do. Or if they even matter. Compared to the regular settings that you adjust in Zen 4 to get 128 or 192 working at, like, say, 6000, for example. Oh, I actually gained a level on this. Yeah, so for those of you that are trying to choose a motherboard, if you're comparing a X870E to an X870, and if they're around the same price, go with the X870E. X870E is always going to be better than X870. Because you're getting dual chipset. It's a higher end, it's a higher tier product. That's why when I did the tier list, I had to do 2 separate tier lists. Because comparing an X870, because if I did X870 versus X870E, like if I clumped them all together, what would end up happening is all the X870s would be like S, A, and B, and all the X870 motherboards, the non-E ones, would end up being like A, B, C, D. You know, like something like that. Dual chipset means there's 2 chipsets. They're daisy-chained. What do they say? You could have gotten 2 X48 Intel kit today if that's the case and doesn't require tweaking. Well, okay, so that kit will run 6400 Gear 2 mode, which means 1-to-2 ratio, easily, plug and play. But if you try to get that to run in Gear 1 mode, that's not that easy. It depends on how good your CPU's memory controller is. So you end up playing the Silicon Lottery. Getting 192.6, yes, it is possible. It takes a lot of... There's a lot of variables, though. There's a lot of variables. It's slower because think about how much more memory it's carrying. If I hand you 2 bowling balls and ask you to go, I don't know, run up a steep mountain side, carrying those 2 bowling balls the whole time, you'll be able to do that at a certain speed. If I give you 2 more bowling balls, now you gotta carry 4 bowling balls and do the exact same thing. You think that's gonna be easier, or is that gonna be harder? Or let's look at it another way. If I ask you to climb a mountain or like hike up a mountain carrying 100 pounds of luggage on your back, you could do that at a certain pace. But if I now ask you to carry 200 pounds of luggage up that mountain, will you be able to do that at the same speed? Or will you have to go slower? Think of it that way. $192 gigabytes is a much heavier burden to carry. Hence why it can't go as fast. You purchased the X870E crosshair, so should I have gotten the Intel XMP 2X48 or Expo 4? Wait, the Micro Center you were at had a 4X20. Oh, you mean like 2 separate kits? Oh, you don't care about 4 DIMMs? Which one did they tell you wouldn't work? The 2 kits together? So like 4X24? Or the 2X48? If I had to guess, they would tell you the 4X24 is not going to work. Because the 4X24 is technically harder than 2X48. Two X48 is easy. No, 2X40. Well, if they told you that the 2X48 won't work, then they're wrong. I think they're probably like, I don't know if they got confused. Intel XMP versus AMD Expo. That literally makes no difference. It's like there's no difference between Intel XMP and AMD Expo in terms of whether or not they'll work. Like, clearly, because guys, before AM5, every AMD system was using XMP memory. from back in the day. All the DDR4, like Ryzen 5800X, Ryzen 5800X 3D, Ryzen 5600X, Ryzen 3800X, 3950X, 5950X, the old school Ryzen 1800X, 1600X. What sort of memory kits do you think people were using with those Ryzen CPUs back in the day? XMP. It was all XMP. So this weird misunderstanding of like people thinking like, will XMP work with AMD? I find that very bizarre. I mean, I guess maybe people never built PCs that had DDR4 in them. Maybe that's why they're getting confused, or they ask that question a lot. But I find that kind of like a strange. At first, when I heard people asking, because I got so many comments on my YouTube channel on the memory videos about like, can I use XMP on AMD? Or like, I'll be showing like, okay, every single one of my videos features Intel XMP memory on an AMD system. And I always get the comments like, every so often I'll see a comment like, how come you're using Intel XMP on a Ryzen? Or like, I heard you couldn't use XMP. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know where they're getting this misinformation. There's a whole lot of misinformation out there. The one that I don't get a lot of, which is interesting, is like, can you use Expo on Intel? Like, I never hear people ask that. That is the one that I would be less surprised if somebody asked that, though. Because Expo is a new thing. It's only 2 years old. It came out with Zen 4. And yet no one really seems to wonder whether or not you can use Expo memory on Intel. And the answer is absolutely yes, you can. And it works totally fine. In fact, I run Expo with a 13900K, and I always run the XMP on the Ryzen systems. So it's hilarious. I literally just defy the odds because I know it works. No, it will not go slower. It'll go exactly the same as it's supposed to run, as intended. Why would it go slower? Okay, that's an interesting question. Why would you assume that it would go slower? Think more deeply about that. Like, why would you think that it would go slow? Are we talking about the same thing, though? Are we talking about Expo on Intel? Or are we talking about something else? Maybe you're asking a different question. To be fair, you thought the same thing as a new PC builder back in 2021. You didn't know old AMD boards use Intel RAM. So there's only one available. Okay, so fun fact. AMD used to have their own memory profile technology back in the DDR3 era. It was called AMP, or AMP. AMP. I don't know why AMD reinvented a new standard and called it Expo. Because honestly, AMP is way better sounding than Expo for a memory thing, because there was XMP and there was AMP. AMP stands for AMD Memory Profile. It was so simple to remember, and it was a cool marketing thing. I'm going to amp my RAM. I'm going to amp my RAM. That amp means AMD Memory Profile. That was back in DDR3. That was on Bulldozer, Pile Driver, Phenom 2, Athlon 2, those CPUs back in the day, they used AMP or Expo, and it was just, that's how it was. DDR4 came out, AMD was completely missing in action for like 3 years, and there was just XMP DDR4. So I don't know, AMP just kind of like died off. And then with DDR5, they brought Expo to the market for some reason. I think they should just brought back AMP. I don't know why they had to redo the whole naming. The one at Micro Center is 2x48. Do you want 4 sticks because you like the look of 4 sticks, or you don't care? If you don't care, in the long run, you'll most likely be better off with 2x48. Like, if you don't care about how it looks, like, if you don't care about, like, how it looks with 4 sticks like this, for instance, then you'll most likely be better off with 2 sticks as opposed to 4 sticks. I'm only doing this because of aesthetics and to prove that it's possible. Because there's a lot of misinformation out there online when it comes to DDR5. All these people saying you can't do 4 sticks of DDR5. That's completely not true, as shown here. What RAM do I have installed? I have the G-Skill. They're the 24 gigabyte DIMM, so there's 96 gigs total at 6,000. 4 sticks, probably 2. Yes, it's not running at 8,000 though. It does have the XMP-8000 profile. I'm not using that profile. I manually set it to 6,000. 8,000 is not going to work at 4 sticks. That's just too much. It's too noisy. Signal quality is too noisy at that speed. Yeah, running them at 6,000. Yeah, it's the one that was in the video. The most recent YouTube video that I have, it features this RAM. Oh, am I supposed to hold it now? Oh, okay. Okay. Why does it have that pop sound on release? Why does it have that pop sound? The pop sound on release makes it sound really worse than it should. Alright, hard mode. So hard mode is basically the same. Oh, but it's it. Okay. There's less of a visual aid. Yes, you should be able to. Are those snail pillows? No, no. These actually look like some sort of dessert. There's some kind of dessert. It's like a jello. There's like a gel inside, like a fruit gel or jam or something in there, and then the The outer part is like the cake or whatever. Ron May's sad creation. Apparently they're called sad creation. Oh wait, no, one's an angry one, one's an arrogant creation. One's an angry creation and one's a sad creation. Yeah, anytime you're doing 2 sticks, you don't need to do any manual tweaking. Except maybe VSOC, because sometimes the operating system... Sometimes the BIOS tends to set too high of a VSOC. And that's probably that manual thing you saw me do. Was manually set VSOC to like 1.2 volts, for example. It is very, I don't know what the question was. Fair? Oh, it's not fair.
The hustle and bustle of the world.
For 2 gig,
So shiny.
for 2 sticks, it's probably better to run 2X24 8000 single run. For the 9800 XP, that's what I recommend. Provided you have a good motherboard that can do 8000 though. Remember, the motherboard matters a lot if you're going to do 8000. It does not matter much if you're doing 6000. Alright, I got 1 of these. I need 3 more. Is Aorus Master easy to overclock? Yes, it is. Just get an 8-layer PCB and you'll be fine. The optimal speed for 96 gigabytes is going to be 6,000. Maybe 6,400. Oh, you're talking 4 sticks. You're talking 96 gigabytes plus, not 96 gigabytes. Oh, well, the optimal speed is going to be like 5,200, 5,600, somewhere in there. It's possible to do 6,000. It's not going to be easy. 6,000 on, say, 128 or 192 is significantly harder than 2 sticks at 8,000. So the optimal speed, if you're going to do 128, is going to be somewhere around like 5,200 to 5,600. It is possible to do 6,000, but it's not plug and play. It's not plug and play. It will require manual tuning of variables or parameters, and it will require thorough understanding of your motherboard. Any X870E is 8-layer. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, if you get X870E, you don't really have to worry too much about it. Oh. This is a weird one. Speed photography. Sport photography is what this is. With music. I like that one. I like that one because the more accurate you are, the better the picture. Like when it says mediocre, the picture is off. You only see like part of the trotter. I like that one. This one's actually my favorite one so far out of all these little music mini games. You basically have your build chosen. Yes, but Tomahawk is like the only one that is 8 layers for the X870. I think there might be like a few. There might be like one or something from Asus or maybe the ASRock ones. I forget. You have to go back and look at my X870 tier list video. I know the Tomahawk is 8 layers though, which is strange because the Intel version of the Tomahawk is only 6 layers. Like the Z890 Tomahawk, that one's 6 layers. But the AMD one is 8 layers. I don't know why there's a difference. Functionally, they're the same, though, in terms of the feature set. I like how these two are wearing winter clothes, and then like the protagonist and the random NPC, the manager is like just dressed like normally. It's like freezing, and they're just standing there.
The hustle and bustle of the world, still so charming.
MSI states that the copper wiring is 20% thicker on the Tomahawk. Oh, I need more of these. Thank you, Pono. Yeah, I'm doing good. RAM talk confuses you. You were told mix and matching could lead to stability. It can if you don't install the memory correctly. That's why I tell people how to install the memory in all my videos. And I've gotten people who clearly don't understand how to install 4 sticks of memory because they'll comment saying that I'm doing it wrong. That it's supposed to be like, you know, the first kit is on A2, B2, the second kit is on A1, B1. That is completely wrong. That is completely wrong. That is going to lead to instability, or it just straight up won't post. But whatever, if they want to do it wrong and then they have problems and they're like, well, how come it's working for him? It's not working for me. Well, because I told you how to do it and you didn't listen. That's the only thing I can tell these people because, you know, like, clearly it's working for me. You know, like, I'm proving it right there in the bottom left of the screen. 100% stability. I can play whatever game I want, 8+ hours. The computer will never blue screen. It'll never crash. I can literally run memtest 86 outside the operating system all night, and it'll come back in the morning and 0 errors. So I know it works. So I trust what I'm doing, but if other people have their own idea of how it's supposed to work, then okay. Oh, this one's harder than the other ones. Okay. Yeah, I've done, well, so if you go even further back, though, I have also covered Gigabyte. So I would say currently the ratio of videos are heavily favoring, well, not the recent ones. The majority of my videos heavily feature Gigabyte more than any of the others. Heavily Gigabyte focused for a lot of my memory videos. Meaning the memory, the video is showing things on a Gigabyte Aorus Master. An X670E Aorus Master. And so like the 192 gigabyte video, for example, that is on a X670E Aorus Master. So all the BIOS settings, the menu, everything, it's on a Gigabyte BIOS. So, and even the most recent one that I showed was on a Gigabyte BIOS. So I have heavily featured Gigabyte for a lot of the memory tutorials. I'll probably do some of the other motherboards in the future, but mostly it's Gigabyte. And then for the live stream builds, I did do Gigabyte last year, but not this year. So this year was literally everybody else. I think there may have been like 1 gigabyte. I think there was a Gigabyte back in like May that I did a live stream build with a Gigabyte board. So, but I feel like Gigabyte has gotten a lot of airtime on this channel, more so than the other 3. So that is the reason why for the last 2 or 3 months, I have mostly featured ASRock, MSI, ASRock, MSI, and Asus, because I have not really featured them at all prior to this launch of the new Ryzen CPUs, the new Intel Core Ultra CPUs. So like with Intel, for example, we featured a Maximus Hero Z890 from Asus for the Intel Core Ultra launch. And then for the others, I did the Crosshair Hero from Asus. We've covered the ASRock Tai Chi in a lot of things. And then we've also featured the Tomahawk from MSI in a couple. There was a live stream build with the Tomahawk. There was a game stream with Tomahawk. There was some memory overclocking stuff. So I have featured Tomahawk. And then now I have the Godlike. That's like the most recent one. And that's again MSI. So it's like the reality is right now, it's like I could do content on any of the motherboard brands. But I feel like if you look at other larger channels than mine, usually they're going to show you an ASUS BIOS. So I'm probably not going to show as much ASUS content just because I feel like ASUS already has there's a lot of examples, let's put it that way, that feature an ASUS BIOS. So I want to show the lesser visible examples. So like, where's ASRock? Where's MSI? Where's Gigabyte? Gigabyte, it does show up sometimes in other channels, but I feel like there's not enough representation of ASRock, in particular ASRock especially, because they're the smallest. So they're like the little guy. And then MSI also, a lot of people recognize the MSI brand, but mostly for like their gaming laptops, their graphics cards, not so much their motherboards, although I think a lot of people that build PCs definitely are very familiar with MSI. But I have not used MSI for a very long time. The Tomahawk and the now Godlike are the most recent I have used an MSI BIOS, or MSI board for that matter. The last time I used an MSI was on my old Threadripper from 2018. That was a long time ago. So, since then, I've been using ASUS, and for the last 2 years, I've been using a lot of Gigabyte. So Gigabyte, it's almost like Gigabyte won the deal, and it's like, now we're going to feature Gigabyte, even though I'm not sponsored by Gigabyte. Just full disclosure, Gigabyte's not sponsoring any of these videos. But it is almost like I've been running Gigabyte for 2 years, that all my videos have naturally featured Gigabyte because that's literally all that I have at the time when I made those videos. Now that I have these other motherboards, now I can do content for those of you, for example, that have an MSI motherboard or have an ASRock motherboard. So that way, there's more variety. There's more examples rather than, oh, it's always a Gigabyte BIOS or it's always an ASUS BIOS. You know, because ASUS is the biggest one in terms of market share, so it's far more likely that if you have an ASUS motherboard, you're going to find tutorials of people showing things with an ASUS BIOS. And that further creates a positive feedback loop for ASUS to get more and more market share, because if the support in the field, the community support we should say, is larger, that's just going to help boost their brand overall. So I kind of want to give the smaller brands a chance at least having more visibility. So we're going to feature more in the future, MSI in particular, because I have not used MSI in like forever. So we expect to see more MSI. ASRock, we're probably not going to show ASRock until next year. Sometime next year, ASRock will make its return on this channel. The reason why we're not going to do any ASRock videos is because, for those of you that don't know, the Tai Chi that I featured was never my ASRock Tai Chi. That belonged to one of my viewers who has been a long-time viewer of the channel, a long-time subscriber of the channel, and he offered to let me borrow his Tai Chi. Not only did he let me borrow the Tai Chi, he let me borrow his Tomahawk. That's the reason how I was able to show the Tomahawk. So the Tai Chi, the Tomahawk, and a very high-end kit of DDR5-8000. He let me borrow all three of those items so I could create content, because I'm not getting sponsored by anybody. No one's sending me any review samples. So he just, he just let me borrow that stuff so I could create content and get more visibility out there for these lesser-known brands like ASRock, and MSI also is not really shown much online. So that's why we did what we did. I have since returned all that hardware to its rightful owner, so I currently do not have a Tomahawk, I do not have a Tai Chi, and I don't have that kit of RAM anymore. So I'm back to using like what I actually had to purchase with my own money, and that's what we're gonna do. So basically, we're gonna show what I have to show, and that's gonna be an MSI BIOS from the Godlike, or a ASUS Hero BIOS, but probably not so much ASUS. And then we're also going to show again Gigabyte, because Gigabyte's not as visible as ASUS. So that's typically how I do things here, because I don't like it when one brand becomes so big that the others don't really have any visibility, because it's like that reduces competition. Gusto, thanks for the sub. From left to right on the board, first two slots are channel A, 1A, and B. On which motherboard? Most of them should be A1, A2, B1, B2. All modern ones. Unless we're talking about a really, really old motherboard. Why did I choose the 7900 XTX? Because it's the most cost-effective way to get access to 24 gigabytes of VRAM, and it's the fastest GPU that AMD has. And I'm using it at 4K gaming. So 3 reasons: 4K gaming, 24 gigabytes of VRAM for productivity, and well, also it helps gaming. But mainly because of 4K. And also, it's the highest end AMD GPU. Those are the 3 reasons. I mean, what did you expect me to get as, like, what was the alternative? What else am I going to put in a productivity live stream machine? Yeah, all the boards are typically going to be A1, A2, B1, B2. So if you're running 2 sticks of memory, you put them in A2, B2. The graphics card is a Sapphire Nitro. You can see it right there. Okay, hold up. Let's take a quick break here. Hold on. How many of these things do I need to get? Hold on, so let me show you guys. Wait. Okay. Oh. Yeah, this webcam is really old, so it's kind of blurry. It's like a very low-res webcam. But just to show people that are curious, this is the build that we did on the live stream a few days ago. I think it was on Wednesday, so it was before Thanksgiving. And this is here. Hold on, let me grab this camera. So this is it. You can see there's like a table foot in the way. But okay, so there is the Godlike with 4 sticks of memory, a Deepcool LT720 360 AIO. You can see the Godlike's very useful panel there, that TFT LCD panel that shows me my CPU temperature. So the CPU is currently at 48 degrees, and the chipset temperature is averaging 47 degrees. What is that first one there? I forget what that first one is. I have to go down and look at it. So the CPU fan is spinning at 1079 RPM, or about 1100 RPM. The pump is spinning at 3100 RPM. and the voltage is like 1.27. So if we go down here, you can see the graphics card. It has 3 8-pin connectors. This is a Sapphire Nitro. I think it will show the Radeon. Wow, the Radeon's too, okay, it's too bright, so it's not able to show it. This is the only, so this Sapphire Nitro is the only AIB card that shows the Radeon logo on the lights, which I really like that. And then underneath it, we have the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K capture card in the X4 slot at the very bottom. RK, you're so jealous of the motherboard. Well, you could, yeah, I mean, I think they're still available on Newegg. Otherwise, yeah, they're still available on Newegg. But yeah, this is probably the nicest consumer motherboard that I have ever owned. Like, I've never had a nicer, more feature-rich, you can call them gimmicks, but it is what it is. Like, this has so many cool features. I have yet to use that expander card that goes in right above the AverMedia, so the X8 slot, so it would go right between the graphics card. This graphics card is very, very big. It is a 4-slot. In terms of the thickness, it's a 3-slot on the back, but it actually is 3.5 slots. It's basically a 4-slot GPU. It is so big that you guys can see there's barely any room underneath it. I will be able to fit that expander card because there are 2 slots between the bottom of the card and the AverMedia, and the slot directly above the AverMedia is where the expander card would go. So if I wanted to run a second graphics card, I could also install a second graphics card in that X8 slot, but I would need the graphics card to be a single width slot. Otherwise, I'd have to remove my AverMedia, which I don't need the AverMedia to go there because I have this. This is basically the exact same capture card. It's the exact same chip from AverMedia. The only difference is this one is a Thunderbolt 3 capture card. And because the Godlike, just like all the X870E and X870 motherboards, features USB 4, like I said before, USB 4 is fully backwards compatible with Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4. So all my Thunderbolt devices, like this Thunderbolt capture card, this is a 4K 60, very low latency external capture card. Currently, I have the PS5 Pro connected to this external capture card. And then on my internal capture card, I have my launch PS5. So I can actually test side by side the PlayStation 5 via my internal card and the PlayStation 5 Pro via my external card. We are currently running 4 SSDs and 4 SATA drives. This thing is fully loaded. In fact, I had to remove the tiny little panel down there. You guys can see those 2 little plugs, those right angle connectors. Those are my SATA cables that are right angled for the 2 hard drives at the back. And then on the side over here, you can't really see it because it's dark, I have 2 more SATA cables that are flat cables for my SATA SSDs. So we have 2, actually no, I take that back. We have 3 hard drives and 1 SATA SSD. And then we have 4 M.2 drives currently installed. Now, this motherboard supports up to 7 SSDs, so I'm only using 4 out of 7. But currently, this is like so much storage and so much bandwidth. It is so feature-rich. The fact that I can do a PlayStation 5 and a PlayStation 5 Pro combined with the Godlike via dual 4K 60 capture cards, this thing basically can handle any workload that somebody who does live streaming, for example, would need. Because For example, if I'm a variety streamer and I need to stream a like Stellar Blade or Rise of the Ronin, those are PlayStation 5 exclusive games, or if I had to stream like Xbox for whatever reason, one of these capture cards could do PlayStation, the other one could do Xbox. So we can handle it all. We can handle it all, and the ProArt is such a quiet case. I can't even hear the computer while all this is going on in the background. So that is this is kind of the ultimate productivity AM5 workstation, and the Godlike was literally the only motherboard that could achieve all of this without, you know, extra stuff that I'd have to obtain like as third-party hardware. So yeah, that is probably the most high-end mainstream type computer that you can get without going to Threadripper. So let me try to line this up again, because I just kind of like, I just lay this on top of the, yeah, well, that's probably, How did I get that on there before? It's just kind of like laying on a desk post. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to stick it on this thing. This thing is for the table. Because this thing is sitting like on the side on the carpet. So, well, I don't know about that. Maybe this is gonna be... Actually, we'd probably do this angle because it shows the GPU. If I can get it to like not fall over. Let me see.
Looks like this collateral won't be returned.
There we go. What power supply am I using? Superflower 1300 watt LEDX 7 or 8 or whatever. I forget the actual one though. It was on Black Friday sale at Micro Center for like $159. For a 1300 watt, I consider that a good deal. It is actually an ATX 3.1 certified. So it is totally ready for something like a 5090. 1300 watt. So we are ready to go. Everything is heavy duty. 4 sticks of DDR5 running at 6,000. You know, this is like just straight up insane. All that hardware to play Honkai Star Rail at 4K. And we've got triple monitors. We got 4K in the middle, 1440p on the right, and 1440p on the left. So, you know, this is basically the Tech Thursdays computer, guys. Like, this is what we use for the Tech Thursdays show. Superflower is the OEM used for EVGA. This is the first and only Superflower power supply that I have. I have never used Superflower before, but this is my newest power supply. I normally go with CWT. Yeah, this one has the 4090 cable. It has the newer cable, the 12 volt 2X6 or whatever. It came with that cable. How many lanes of the PCI capture card? 4 lanes. 4 lanes of Gen 2. But it can run on 2 lanes. It only really needs 2 lanes. Physically, it's an X4. In terms of how big the PCI connector is. The motherboard is Super Saiyan God. But yeah, this is basically Super Saiyan God. This capture card has super low latency. Both the external and the internal are very low latency. So if I'm playing PlayStation 5, for example, or PS5 Pro, I'm literally playing through the capture window on the computer as though I was playing it on the computer. In fact, I don't even have my PlayStation 5 connected to a monitor. It's connected straight into the capture card, and then if I want to play PlayStation 5, I play it off my computer. So it's basically, to me, playing on PS5 is no different from playing on PC, because of the way I have it fused together with the Godlike. You bought MSI? Yeah, I've got 2 MSI power supplies. I have a 1300 watt Meg, which I bought 2 years ago, and that is in my Fractal Torrent with the Crosshair Hero. And then I have a 1000 watt MSI MPG, which is in the it's in the Intel Core Ultra system in the Lian Li LanCool 3. So I kind of wanted to use my MSI Meg 1300 watt power supply with my MSI Meg Godlike, but I'm too lazy to redo that whole power supply setup. So I'm like, nah, just put the Super Flower in there, whatever. They're the same wattage anyway. The only difference is MSI uses CWT, which is a brand that I trust. I don't know much. I mean, I know Super Flower is good, but I've never used Super Flower before until now. You were looking at the X870E Nova and wondering what I can even plug into the PCIe 3X1 slot. The Nova has... You could plug a sound card in there. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. So the Nova has... Doesn't it have an X2 slot? Nova has X2 slot. Doesn't it? Does it have 3 slots? Oh, yeah, you're right. It has an open X1. Yeah, for that, a sound card is really the only thing that I can think of that would go in there. Like a 1080p capture card could go in there. UCDM or UCDP, depending on which one you want. If you want a matte screen, UCDP. If you want like a glossy screen, UCDM. Well, if you're going WOLED, get the UCDP or get the LG Ultra Gear. The difference between the Asus and the LG, the Asus has more like features. The LG has better speakers, built-in speakers. Isn't G8 like an ultra wide? Or is that G9? You got the power supply for $265.99 on Prime Day. I can't change this? What's dynamic disco, though? Oh, this is disco. Well, I don't see the point of turning some of these off. Like, they just sound better with it all on. You've heard the pixel sound ones are good from LG. Z-Sonic. Yeah, if you want matte screen, PG32 UCDP or the LG if you want good speakers on your monitor. But if you're just gonna use a headset, then you know the Asus is the better one. Yeah, see, that's the thing, guys. This is the season to upgrade everything except the graphics card. Get a better monitor, get a better CPU, or get more RAM, or upgrade from DDR4 to DDR5. Now is the time. Micro Center literally managed to restock the 9800X3D in a lot of their stores for Black Friday. It was pretty epic that Micro Center came through and had like a whole bunch of 9800X3s because they were literally sold out for the whole week until today. So it was pretty insane that Micro Center got a whole bunch of 9800X3Ds in. Most of the stores got like 300 plus 9800X3Ds today. The price is in the description of the video. The link is in the description of the video. From Newegg. You're in an awkward spot where you have a 1-year-old 1440 240 OLED and not enough GPU for that. No, you can do 2160p with a 4080. I do that. I mean, the 4080 Super is what was paired up with my 9800X3D on my LG OLED. It works. You're not going to be maxing out 240 Hertz, if that's what you mean. But, you know, you can't even do that with a 4090, so... None of the GPUs are going to max 4K 240. The 5090 won't even do that. So, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. The thing is, I feel like people put too much emphasis on, like, trying to match the refresh rate of the monitor in a game. You have to think about the big picture. There's more to a 4K monitor than just the 240 Hz OLED. Not only is the picture quality better than 1440p, the reading words on the screen, when you read articles or you do productivity, like if you're reading stuff, like I'm reading the subtitles right now on this game, if this was a 1440p OLED, this would look blurry to me because 1440p OLED looks terrible when it comes to reading the actual text on the screen. 4K is so dense that even though it's OLED, it still is easy to read. It's still clear because the density of the pixels offset the non-standard pixel arrangement that OLED features. So that's why, like, I personally will never buy a 1440p OLED, because if the text is blurry, it's going to give me a headache, and I can't deal with that. So I just completely ignore OLED 1440 and pretend that doesn't even exist. And the reality is, once you go 4K, there is no going back. Because when you go to 4K, you're moving into endgame territory. Like, you're in the endgame, especially when you're like on a 4K OLED. Once you get used to using a 4K OLED, let me tell you, you can't go back to anything else. Everything else just looks like trash. The text readability looks worse. 1440p looks blurry. Like, especially if it's a 27-inch screen. 4K looks so much crisper, so much sharper. It's literally like moving from an apartment into a house. You get so much more space on the screen for all the window icons and everything. It's just like, once you go 4K, there's no going back. It pushes you past the path of no return. Would you go with the Neo or XMP? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, you know what? It's good that you mentioned that. RK Benchmarker has that Neo kit, that 8000 Neo kit that you're talking about. And he tested it at 1.35 volts. And guess what? It works at 1.35 volts at 8000. At 100% stability. He did mem test. Or he did mem test 64. It worked, man. It worked. So I have a feeling that those RAM kits are literally the exact same RAM kit. So just one is loaded with an XMP SPD, the other one's loaded with an Expo SPD profile. So yeah, I would just get whichever one you can. Whichever one's available, just get it. It's good. Don't worry about it. It's gonna work at 8000. It's gonna work at the 1.35 or the 1.4 volts. If you have good cooling, 1.4 volts is fine. Oh, do we really need to change any of this stuff? Oh, we're finally in the final level of this event. One of the only reasons why I still play this game is because the music of this game is so good. This game's music is so good. Genshin Impact's music is also really good. But I remember when this game first came out, I was like, man, this game's music is... This game got nothing on Genshin Impact when it comes to music. But you gave this... After like 6 months, man, this game's music got so much better. VA, if you can deal with viewing angles being worse. I don't like VA because it's usually not as responsive, and it's one of those things where once you get used to OLED's motion clarity, it is really hard to go back to anything else. Maybe mini LED, but only for like productivity or something, just because of text readability. But if you're at 4K on an OLED, text readability is not an issue. Zenith of rapping. We already kind of did an OC guide when we built the computer, but yeah, I'll probably at some point I'll make another video, like a separate standalone video. Because I do understand that most people, not everyone's gonna watch the live stream when it's like live. Oh, this one's gonna be weird because the timing on this is odd. Excited for Path of Exile 2. I never played the first one. I mean, I know a lot of people that did. I probably will not play it. I don't know. The only game that I'm really interested in playing next year is Monster Hunter Wilds. There's not really a lot of other games on the list. Yeah, the school hates our band. What? News on the band disbanding is true. You don't believe me? This is so stupid. This game has the dumbest dialogue options. Like, I'll never forget when there was like one dialogue option that was like, whose POV is this? Like, what? That's a dialogue choice? Why is it a dialogue choice? Oh, man. I think what makes Star Rail cool is that it's like the game doesn't really take itself that seriously. It knows when to like not take things seriously, but it actually has a pretty deep, epic like adventure story, which is kind of interesting about it. I definitely see the inspiration from like the Persona series though. Path of Exile is extreme. Yes, it is extremely CPU intensive because it's an MMO. It's like an action MMO. Oh, maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. Probably not, though. I mean, I still have all these other games I need to finish. Oh wow, we're almost done with this. With only 2 more. Alright, I only need 1 more. We gotta do 2 more things, and we're finally done. Wait, was there something else in here? No.
Finally.
It's
a rare
made
break.
Diablo devs super
What did we add to
mad.
the Bonajade Exchange?
Path of Exile 2? Yeah, I know what it is. It's just I don't know if I have any time to play it. Was going to come in January, but Amazon was like, it's Sunday? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, the early access. Hold on, I need to take a quick break. I need to check on something. I'll be right back. Okay. They released a BIOS update for X870? For which one? For all of them? I just realized my monitor is like crooked. I need to straighten the stand. You got B650 Tomahawk? Wi-Fi, you did the update but only got the X3D mode. Seems like the latency killer is exclusive for X870. Well, you can still... All latency killer does is change the... It changes the TREFI. So you can just manually change TREFI. I'm pretty sure that's what it does. This reminds me of that one minigame in Monster Hunter World Iceborne, where it's like a steam machine and you have to build up steam, except it's completely random. Whereas this is not random. This is actually like a song playing. You have to hit the notes. Isn't there auto battle? Isn't there auto battle? Oh, man. The problem is MSI. The problem is MSI boards already have the option of high efficiency mode, and that changes TREFI to the max value. Oh, that's what it does? You hated the steam machine in Iceborne? I only like the part when the palicos jump up and they start doing, like, they tell you the answers. I have a feeling GPU sales are going to be down this quarter. I bet there's a lot of people that aren't buying a GPU right now. But there's still going to be a bunch of people that buy one just because they don't know any better.
A rare break.
Or they assume that they're not going to be able to want to spend the money on a 50 series. So they think they can get a good deal now. Wow, that's the last of this one. There's only one more of this, and there's one more of this. So we're done with this one.
Finally, a rare break. Why don't we head to the Bonajade Exchange and hang out for a bit?
What are we talking about? Was there like a question about... Oh, it's like when Baldur's Gate 3... Wait, no, that's way earlier. What were we saying? The BIOS update was for Ryzen 7. The BIOS update... What BIOS update for... Oh, for the X670. Where am I supposed to go? I'm going the wrong way. This place has a very, like, Las Vegas style vibe. Your video on Monster Hunter is the reason why you got the CPU you have now. Oh, you watched the Monster Hunter live stream mini-series that I did. We did PlayStation 5. We did Threadripper with 4090. We did Intel Core Ultra plus 7900 XTX. We did 7950 X3D plus RTX 4080 Super. We did 9950X with we basically did this exact computer except without the Godlike. And then we did the 7800 X3D on like a very budget Micro Center bundle deal computer. So like 32 gigs of RAM, and I forgot what the motherboard was. Might have actually been the Tomahawk motherboard. This is so weird. There's one computer I forgot. We also did 13900K plus 7900 XT. What? Am I not supposed to hit the thing? What am I supposed to do here? Oh, I got disconnected from the server for some reason. But I'm still streaming, though. That was weird. I don't think I've ever gotten disconnected from Star Rail before. Unless they're having some kind of problem. I don't think I'm having a problem, though, because I'm still streaming. Let's see. Maybe they do have a server problem. Interesting. So they are actually down. Please try again later. What? Hold on, maybe if I just exit the game. I was like, why is the music repeating over and over and over again? It's probably because I got disconnected from the server. Okay, I'm back in. Oh, it's not. There we go. That was weird. I think I'll have to redo... Oh, I gotta redo the whole thing again on this part. Oh, well. So many people complaining that it is out of stock. Oh, I can just skip. Hold on. What am I doing? I can skip the tutorial. I've already done a whole video about that. About the Nova. Did you watch the tier list video? Or the live stream Tech Thursdays episode 78? Episode 78 has like all the info on all the motherboards. What were you saying? You thought that you thought a Knuckles AMD version was a missed opportunity? Can't find one to buy. Well, Micro Center's sold out of the Nova. They've been sold out of Nova for a long time. Although I think the beginning of this week some Micro Centers did get some Novas, but not all of them, and they sold out literally that day that they were in. Because I mean, they only got like 4 or 5 boards in on Monday for the Nova, and then they were basically all sold out by the end of that day. Yeah, the Nova is probably one. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to be able to get a Nova just because they're just not going to be able to get one. It's just, there's too many people buying them up. And there's too many people trying to scalp some of them too, which is unfortunate. This is what disconnected me earlier. Hey Alan, thanks for the sub. Yeah, so the thing is, guys, if you can't get a Nova, first of all, don't buy the Nova off of a scalper. Do not do that. That just encourages them to keep doing stuff like that. You shouldn't be spending more than the normal price of $350 for the Nova. If you can't get one, which is unfortunate, and you're trying to take advantage of the deals on PC components, because if you're trying to build a computer or you're trying to, like, upgrade your computer, now is the time to be buying, like, a newer power supply, maybe more RAM, new whatever, you know, like, potentially even a new case, if your case is, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years old, or if it's some pre-built thing that doesn't have, like, USB 20 gig on the front or whatever, you know, stuff like that. You know, maybe you should consider getting a new case. I think that that's probably what I would do, is try to take advantage of the Black Friday deals on RAM, on storage. So like SATA SSDs, M.2 SSDs, those sort of things, especially the SATA SSDs, like the 4 terabyte SATA SSD. Those are on really good sale right now if you're near a Micro Center. The 2 terabytes are also pretty good, but currently I think the Crucial P3 and the Crucial P3 Plus are currently the best deal for SSDs right now. Because those are the ones that are closest to 50 cents a gig. But also a new monitor. Yeah, as Nicholas pointed out, a new monitor is also a very good choice. Do keep in mind, though, that if you do upgrade to a very high-end monitor and you have an old graphics card, you are going to severely be bottlenecked by your GPU. So just keep that in mind. But it's only going to be like that for the next couple of months before we get new GPUs. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. The H7 Flow you used in the last build looked really good, so that's probably what... Yeah, the H7 Flow was a very nice case. I don't like... So, the type of cases that I don't like are what I call the aquarium cases. The fish tank cases. I will never use those. Unless a case manufacturer wants to sponsor a video and send me a aquarium-style case to do a build-in, I will not buy one of those with my own money. So, you know, if somebody wants to feature one in one of my videos, they can reach out to me, that's fine. But I am not going to... I don't like those cases. Let's just put it that way. I like cases where the front of the case has the intake air, and it goes into the case, and it exhausts out the back, or it exhausts out the top. So that is why I like the NZXT H7 Flow, because you can do not only front intake, but you can also take intake from the bottom of the case and exhaust it out the top. I call it the chimney effect. You can do chimney style cooling, like an Xbox Series X, for example, or you can do the standard traditional front to back airflow, like how most enterprise class servers operate. So that's why I like that traditional style. I think that's the fishbowl cases are completely impractical. They do not have better cooling. They're worse in terms of the physics of the actual airflow. There's too much turbulence that builds up in the front as the air gets kind of like shoved into the corner, and then it like pushes over toward the components. So it's no. So I go for practicality when I do builds, and that's why I tend to use a lot of air coolers. But the NZXT was a very impressive case in terms of how tall it was, how like it was kind of narrow, the way the power supply mounts vertically, so the power supply doesn't have to worry about overheating because it has very good cooling because of the airflow. So, you know, that's why that case is actually pretty good. Antec Flux Pro. I've heard of that. I don't even know what... Is that one of those aquarium cases? Oh, wait. Is that the one... Hold on. I think I know which one that is. The Antec Flux Pro. Hold on a second. I think I know what that is. Is that the one that I was thinking of getting? Or is that an aquarium case? Oh, yeah. That's the one that has the wood trim. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is a good one. I was thinking of a different one. I was thinking of a larger one. At all. You're looking to add more RAM. Currently you have the G-Skill Flare X. So the easiest thing to do is to literally just buy the exact same kit a second time. That's the easiest thing to do. So if you're on 32 gigabytes now, you would double up to 64 by buying another Flare X5 kit. And that, I'm assuming you got that kit from a Micro Center bundle or something, because that kit of memory looks and smells like a Micro Center bundle deal. Just saying. That doesn't mean it's bad. That's good memory. Micro Center actually gives you a decent memory kit. But you can buy that separately. That would be the easiest way to just get another kit and do what I did in the latest video, and that'll work. At 6,000, it'll work. Why does AX700 looks like a server? It was probably inspired by one. No, that's not correct. Okay, it depends on what you mean by a $200 board can do the same job. It depends on what you're gonna have to define what job means. That is a very generic, open-ended statement. It's not very specific. A you're comparing a $500 motherboard to a $200 motherboard, and you're saying that they can do the same job. What do you mean by the same job? Like, to play games? Yes, that's true, but a $500 board can do a lot more than a $200 board in a lot of other areas. X870, yeah, X870 is B650E. The only reason you got the Ace was it had PCI X4 and 6 SATA and 4 M.2s. Yeah, the Ace is a very good motherboard that will last pretty much the entire AM5 generation. Mainly because it has that X4 Gen 5 slot at the bottom. And it has 10 gig LAN. So it's not really going to become irrelevant anytime soon. The only thing that the Ace does not have is USB 4. Obviously it doesn't have Wi-Fi 7, but no one really cares about Wi-Fi 7 if you're on a desktop anyway, because you're going to be using a network cable. The lack of USB 4, though, might hurt, depending on the use case, it might hurt the Ace's longevity, but I highly, highly doubt it. It's only going to be for the certain few people that want to use a USB 4 peripheral, and they can't do that on the Ace. So they'll have to find other workarounds. Where do we use USB 4 anyway? Well, if you're asking that question, and you have the... well, okay, let's put it this way. If you're asking that question, you don't need to worry about it. Trust me, the people who need to use USB 4 know exactly what they need to use USB 4 for. In a lot of cases, especially as time goes by, USB 3.2 Gen 2x2 can achieve close to similar results, but it's going to require newer hardware to be able to match what an older device that uses USB 4 is capable of. Would I go for high RAM frequency over lower cast latency? It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing 4 sticks of memory, I'm going to go lower latency and lower frequency. If I'm doing 2 sticks of memory, I want high frequency. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the USB 4 capture card. I was thinking of talking about that again as an example of why someone would need USB 4. Yes, but that capture card that I showed earlier, the one that's on the floor right next to my computer, that capture card requires USB 4. It will not work with USB 3.2. If I were to plug that capture card into a USB 3.2 port, doesn't even matter if it's USB 3.2 20 gig or USB 3.2 10 gig, it will literally not work. It will straight up not get detected at all. It requires USB 4 because USB 4 has a technology that is completely different from USB 3.x, and it is called PCIe tunneling. USB 4 has the unique and next generation ability to tunnel data from your USB 4 device directly over to PCIe lanes. You cannot do this with USB 3, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.2.gen X2, X2. Like, you can't do it with any of those. It must be USB 4. It is a newer technology, and it is very similar to Thunderbolt, because Thunderbolt has that same ability. A lot of people don't know this about Thunderbolt and USB 4. Thunderbolt and USB 4 are basically the exact same thing, because Intel invented Thunderbolt for Apple. Apple requested a high-speed, small form factor connection, and Intel developed Thunderbolt at Apple's request. This was years ago. So there was Thunderbolt 1, then there was Thunderbolt 2, then there was Thunderbolt 3, then now there was Thunderbolt 4, and actually now there's Thunderbolt 5. But Thunderbolt 3, during the time of Thunderbolt 3, Intel donated the spec. They opened the spec They donated it to the USB forum so that the engineering committee that writes the spec for USB, they took the Thunderbolt 3 spec from Intel, and guess what they created? You guessed it. USB 4. USB 4 is derived directly from Thunderbolt. Therefore, any Thunderbolt 3 device and Thunderbolt 4 device is fully backwards compatible with USB 4. Or to say it in another way, if you have a Thunderbolt device, like, for example, my external capture card is a Thunderbolt 3 capture card, that works perfectly with a USB 4 port on the motherboard. Hence, that's how I use it with the place. How do you guys think I was streaming Stellar Blade? Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. How do I stream those games? With no latency and seamless, like, high fidelity 4K 60 imagery. Thunderbolt 3, USB 4. That is a prime example of why somebody like me needs USB 4. That way, I no longer need to rely on my internal capture card. I can remove the internal capture card and I can free up that slot for something else. For example, either another M.2 card, like via an add-in board, or a second graphics card, or a third graphics card. You know, like it gives me more options when I can move my capture card outside of my computer via USB 4. Now I have freed up my X4 slot for something else. Conclusion: use USB 4 if you're a streamer or video editor, otherwise nothing. Yeah, for most people, they're never going to need USB 4. At least not for the foreseeable future. There are also high-speed external storage devices, like very fast SSD, external SSDs that are Thunderbolt-based. Those can also be used with USB 4 for storage, external storage. And those are very fast at transferring speeds. Those are 40 gigabit transfer speeds. Think about it for a second. 40 gigabit transfer speeds versus 10 gig versus 20 gig. USB 4 is 40 gigabit. That is very fast. That's a lot of bandwidth. That is 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 4 spec. That's how it works. Hence why I recommend X870. Now do you guys see? Now do you guys see why I tend to always recommend the newer hardware versus the older hardware? It's not that I'm completely against buying last gen hardware, like for example X670 or B650. It's just that if you're buying new, like if you're coming from a really old computer, you're doing yourself an injustice by going with the last generation parts, because the price difference isn't really that much, and you're just getting a much better product from a future-proofing standpoint. So my recommendation is, if you're buying a new motherboard and you haven't decided, and you're going AM5 and you want that 9800X3D for that 5080 or that 5090 for next year, aim for an at minimum, aim for an X870 motherboard, because every X870 and X870E, from the highest end Godlike all the way down to the Gigabyte Eagle, all of them have USB 4. So we don't know. See, here's the thing. We don't know what the future holds for like how USB technology will progress over the next 5 years, 3 years, etc.
Won't be returned.
But I would rather like, if I was upgrading today, I would definitely like require USB 4. Just because, even if I don't use it today, because I have no idea like in what direction technology is going to go when it comes to device connectivity and peripherals and all that kind of stuff. you always recommend new hardware, compare the 285K to the 14900K and see the value difference. So, if I was going to choose between those two CPUs today, I would choose the 285K versus the 14900K for two simple well, okay, let's say three simple reasons. Three reasons why I would choose the 285K, which is complete vaporware and you can't buy one. I have been trying to buy one literally since it launched, and I still don't have one, because it's impossible to purchase. But, let's say, for argument's sake, which one would I choose if I was going to go with an Intel computer? Definitely, I would go with the 285K. 100% I would go 285K. And the reasons are thus. Number one, lower energy consumption. Now, that doesn't really matter to a lot of people, and it's not significantly less compared to like Ryzen versus the 14900K, but it's still less. Number two, it's a newer platform. Z890 is vastly superior to Z790. Z790 had all kinds of lane sharing, GPU lane sharing. Every single Z790 motherboard, the top Gen 5 SSD, always took lanes from the graphics card, which means literally every single Z790 motherboard that offered a Gen 5 SSD, as soon as you populate that top slot, it doesn't matter if you're using a Gen 3 SSD, a Gen 4 SSD, or even a Gen 5 SSD, as soon as you plug that in there, your GPU runs at X8 forever, instantly. No way around it unless you don't use that top slot. So, Z790, first of all, was a complete fail. It was they had pretty decent motherboards, but it was like, okay, there was so many caveats. Oh, I can't use the top slot. The one that has the really thick, nice heatsink, complete waste of money. I'll never, like, if I want 16 lanes, I can't use the thick boy heatsink SSD slot. Otherwise, the GPU runs at X8 all the time, no matter what. Doesn't matter what vendor, doesn't matter what motherboard. So that was like number one thing about Z790, which was very dumb. And all the reviewers talked about that, at least the written reviews, like Tech Power Up, they brought that up. So the other thing is you don't get USB 4/Thunderbolt. On Z790, you're basically, it's like X670E. You're back to like, oh, you know, you can do add-in Thunderbolt cards and stuff. Okay, but now you can't do the capture card, it's internal. Okay, well, you're stuck having to use the external capture card, but you have less options. Because if you're going external capture card, you can't do an internal capture card. Meanwhile, with my Godlike, I can literally do both. I have an external capture card and an internal capture card. And they can run simultaneously. I can stream Xbox, I can stream PlayStation. I can do both, plus the computer, all in one. See what I'm saying? So Z890 is vastly superior to Z790 in so many ways. It has, just because it has that 4 extra lanes, no more GPU lane sharing for the Gen 5 SSD, which means every Z890 motherboard offers one Gen 5 SSD, just like X870E, and no GPU lane sharing. So that is like the one thing that Intel did that corrected the biggest smear on Z790. Plus you get Thunderbolt 4, aka USB 4. So you get Thunderbolt 4 on all the Z890 motherboards. So they have feature parity with AMD. And in some cases, some very, very expensive flagship motherboards, like the Asus ROG Maximus Extreme, offers Thunderbolt 5. Thunderbolt 5. So, but it's, you know, we're talking like a $1,000 plus motherboard. So it's kind of like the Godlike. It's kind of like a gimmick. But whatever. They have that. So Z890 vastly superior to Z790. So if I was going to choose, so going back to that question, recommending either 285K versus 1400K, I would recommend, I personally would go with 285K every single time because the platform is so much better. The CPU may not be better in gaming, but it trounces the 14900K in energy efficiency. It trounces the 14900K in the platform. The overall platform is objectively superior, and that is the reason why I would go with Z890 plus the 285K over the 14900K and the Z790. Unless I was on some like strict budget and, you know, like, okay, I'm trying to get a special deal, clearance price on a Z790 or its master or whatever, you know, maybe then I would consider it. But that doesn't feel like I'm buying into a new platform. If I was buying a 14900K, that makes me feel like I'm buying a 2-year-old 13900K with a different coat of paint on it, if that makes sense. With a 2-year-old motherboard. That doesn't feel like a new machine. So, no, I will definitely not go with 14900K. You only use one CPU. Oh, the last thing I wanted to say, which I really, really like about the Intel Core Ultra, the Intel Core Ultra has the AV1 encoder. It has the AV1 encoder on the CPU block, just like the 8700G and the new AMD like Ryzen AI stuff. So the fact that you get so for productivity, you get AV1 encoding on the Intel Core Ultra. You don't need a GPU to do AV1 encoding on a Z890 platform. So that's like the third and hidden gem. You get AV1, you get Wi-Fi 7, USB 4, Thunderbolt 4, whatever. You get no lane sharing for your Gen 5 SSD with your GPU. So it's just a better experience. It's just a better experience. Long term, it's a superior platform. So yeah, I would go with 285K, 100%. And I would never look back. Also, you get things like CUDIM. There's other little things here. You get CUDIM. You're not going to ever get CUDIM on 14900K. So, you know, stuff like that. There's some other selling points. I mean, I could persuade someone to get... Let's put it this way. I could sell someone a 285K over a 14900K. I could upsell somebody to a more expensive Z890 over a Z790. If I had to do that, I could definitely upsell to the 285K over a 14900K. I can make the 14900K look really, really bad. And I can make the 285K look really, really good. Let's put it that way. Our heroes will last at least to the end of Zen 6. You're glad you bought it day one. Which CPU were you using before the AM5? So you're talking about like before the 7950X? The 5800X. The Zen 3 on an X570 Crosshair Hero. Asking for issues by going behind Intel at the moment? Oh, we don't talk about that. You know, like that wasn't in the sales pitch. Issues are never in a sales pitch. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna sell someone the 285K, no, we aren't gonna talk about problems. Like, that's the last thing you talk about. You don't talk about problems. Everybody knows that. If you don't mind getting an older CPU, you can go for the Intel 12 Gen and below. I don't recommend 12 Gen at all. You know why? It's 3 years old. You're buying a 3-year-old CPU. You guys do realize 12 Gen was 2021, right? Has anyone forgotten that? Has everybody forgotten that the 12900K was 2021? And we're about to go into 2025? Would you really, like, if you're on a 5-year-old computer, would you really upgrade to a 3-year-old computer? Like, does that make a lot of sense? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't do that. That sounds dumb. I mean, yeah, it's a really good deal, but I would rather go AM5. Why would you lock yourself into a dead socket that's 3 years old? You know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds really, I don't know. Like, that's very short-sighted. That's not thinking about the long term. That's not big picture. That's definitely not big picture. Because even if you have a limited amount of money to spend on a computer, there are still so many better options than a 12 Gen Intel right now. From both AMD and Intel. That's the thing. 12th gen Intel is like, I don't know, man. That to me, buying a 3-year-old computer doesn't seem, it's price relative. Yeah, but have you tried to price compare the other stuff? Like, have you looked at, for example, a 7800X3D plus a B650 motherboard? Compare that to like an Intel. The only way the Intel, the 12th gen makes sense is if somebody has DDR4 RAM and they want to buy a really cheap like DDR4 Z790. Then it kind of makes sense because they can carry over their old RAM. They only have to buy a motherboard and a CPU. But now you're stuck on DDR4, and what we have seen as the years go by is DDR5 is pulling further and further and further ahead of DDR4. So we're starting to see the memory become more of a bottleneck. So unless you're going for some really super duper cheapo, you know, like i7 12700K plus some like ghetto Z790, you know, it doesn't even have like USB 4 or anything. It's not even Wi-Fi 7. You know, like if you're getting one of those things, like a clearance Z790, DDR4, no postcode debug, you know, 6-layer PCB or whatever. If you're getting one of those things, then yeah, maybe, because that does make sense. Because you're going for like a really, really cheap upgrade, and you're gonna keep your same RAM from your previous build. So yeah, I understand that. That makes sense. But I wouldn't recommend that to like anybody. I would feel kind of bad if I was recommending people like 12th gen. I would try to find what is the budget, and then like what is the best deal for that amount of money. And it's probably not gonna be 12th gen. What RAM do you recommend for gaming while having lots of RAM? What RAM do you recommend for gaming while having lots of RAM? When you say lots of RAM, okay, so like 96 gigabytes is enough for all of that. Even 64 gigabytes is enough for what you're mentioning, but 96 gigabytes, that's gonna be good. 2x48 or 4x24 or 4x16, any of those. If you're on an 8-core CPU, 48 gigabytes of RAM is actually a very good choice right now. Especially like 48 gigabytes at 8000. That's relatively easy to do on a decent motherboard. This is why you're going 9950X3D. You'd originally planned to go 14 gen, but you know, blow up and then down to 13, which also... Okay, guys, 13 and 14 are literally the same thing. 13 and 14 are literally the same thing. They're both Raptor Lake. The only difference between... Notice something. Do you guys wonder why? Has anyone ever wondered why is it that there is 12th gen available for sale and there's 14th gen, but how come there's no more 13th gen? Where did 13th gen go? Why is a 3-year-old 12th gen product still in production and still being sold as brand new, and 13th gen is completely gone and 14th gen is here? Did anybody ever wonder why that is? Could it be because 14 is just 13 with a in disguise? Maybe that's what it is. Because it's Raptor Lake. And Raptor Lake was the one that had the problem with blowing up. Because 12th gen's not discontinued. Intel still manufactures 12th gen. Brand new. It's not end of life. 13th gen is end of life. But you know why it's end of life? Because it still technically exists. It just has a different name. It's called 14th gen. It's like those people who, you know, I don't know, it's like, how do I describe this? It's like, you know, when somebody legally changes their name. The 13th gen basically legally changed its name. It just got a new name. It's called 14 now. So it's funny because Intel still has 12 and 13. It's just 13 goes by a different name now, so it's actually 12 and 14 now, but it's still Alder and Raptor at the end of the day. Your last AMD CPU was an AMD FX CPU many years ago in 2012. Yeah, the FX. So yeah, I had the exact same CPU, 8350. Well, 8150, 8350, whichever one. 8350 was the better one. That was the Vishera. That launched in October of 2012. It is 12 years old. 12-year-old CPU. You're looking forward to 9800 XTD. Okay, hello, GTR. You watched the vid about the hero. The PCI X16 switch confuses me. All I want is PCI 1.1 to be 16, and all I need, and I need all 5 M.2. So you need all 5 to run at... You need 5 M.2s. So if you need 5 M.2s, the slot will run at X8. It'll run at X8. The maximum number of... Did you watch the video about the how to avoid the lane sharing? So first of all, the maximum number of SSDs you can do on the Hero without impacting the GPU is 4. You can do no more than 4. 4 is the maximum. So your requirement of all 5, that's not going to happen if you want X16. I'm just keeping it real. It's not going to happen. You have to settle on 4 SSDs, and you have to do what I did in the video. You can't use the 2nd and 3rd SSD. You have to use the 1st, the 4th, and the 5th for 3 SSDs. The 4th SSD, the only way you're going to get the 4th SSD, you got to use Slim SAS. Slim SAS. Go watch that video. That video explains everything that's needed to do 4 SSDs with no lane sharing on a X870E Hero. Only the CPU connected SSDs can be what? No. No. Any SSD can be a boot drive. Even the SATA can be a boot drive. Any of them can be a boot drive. So if you watch that video, yeah. Go watch the video. What is the name of the video? I forget what the name of the video was. Let me see. It's kind of weird, like, looking up my own video. The video's not that old. It's how the video thumbnail says how to avoid GPU lane sharing. X870E Crosshair Hero, how to avoid GPU lane sharing. The trick is you got to use Slim SAS. You got to use Slim SAS. There's no other way around it if you're using the Hero.
Won't be returned.
Okay, I found my own video. So, where is... Okay. Here's my own video. I'm back with another video. You gotta buy something like this. If you want to help me, if you want to support the channel, the link to this adapter and the cable for the adapter, because there's 2 separate items. They are linked in the description of the video. So this is what you would need. You would need something like this, which is basically a U.2 2.5-inch SSD converter to M.2. So that is required. And then if we skip over here, you basically have to do... yeah, basically what you do is inside this thing looks like a SATA SSD, but it's not. It is an enclosure. Inside, you put an M.2 SSD in there, and then you know, all the tools, all the screws, it comes with the kit, and then you install that, and then you basically, you put the SSD in there, you put the thermal pad that's included on it, you close it up, there's like 2 screws. I've mounted it to the back of the case, and this is the big special cable. It requires a SATA power connector to power it. So it needs SATA power from the power supply, and then it has the cable that runs to the Asus ROG Slim SAS.
Looks like this collateral won't be returned.
So you can do, where is it? So we're doing 1, 2, hold on. I say it in the video, but basically 4 SSDs, and those are the speeds from the external enclosure SSD. That's a Gen 4 SSD. That's a Gen 4 SSD in that enclosure. So, I thought I kind of like pointed out. Oh, I think I pointed it out in the very beginning of the video. Yeah. So I guess I could have done this a little bit better. But basically, in the very beginning, the first minute of the video explains like which ones you can use. Basically, you can use the top one, the 4th one, and the 5th one. The 2 in the middle cannot be used. If you populate either one of those 2, the 2nd or the 3rd, it doesn't matter if it's just one of them or both of them. The 2nd X8 slot gets disabled, and the GPU slot will run at X8. Regardless of whether you populate M2_3 or M2_2. So that is how you do it. So the bottom line is the X870E Hero can do a maximum of 7 SSDs. Did I get that? No, not 7. 6 SSDs. 5 on the board plus Slim SAS for a total of 6 SSDs. And that is with lane sharing. With no lane sharing, the total becomes 4 SSDs. 3 SSDs on the board plus the 4th one off of Slim SAS. And that's the maximum you can do on an ROG X870E Hero without affecting the graphics card slot. So that's basically it. So that covers that. That's a good question though. Someone else asked the same question, I think, on one of the previous streams. But go watch the video, because the video goes in more detail than what I just said, but I basically covered the gist of it. That was like the TLDR version of it. Am I totally done with this thing? Oh wait, I can still claim this. Yay, we're finally done. The whole point was to get these 4 things and this weapon. And then all these other things too. Yeah, these. Wait, why is this not done? Complete the adventure mission, sound hunt. Oh, we gotta do one more thing. What do I need to do? Oh. So the Godlike, the difference between the Hero and the Godlike is the Hero tops out. The Hero tops out at 4 SSDs with no lane sharing. The Godlike tops out at 5 SSDs with no lane sharing to the GPU. And the total on the Hero can be 6 with lane sharing. The total on the Godlike is 7 with lane sharing. So you guys can see now why I feel like the Godlike is really not for gamers. It's definitely more for like a productivity, like a workstation kind of thing. Like a, you know, kind of like a Threadripper without the Threadripper. Well, okay, the difference between the old Hero and the new Hero was the old Hero took the 2nd and 3rd M.2 and it removes them from the motherboard and sticks them on an add-in card. Very similar to what the Godlike includes. That is the difference. The Aorus Master has a lot of lane sharing. The Aorus Master, you can do... Okay, Aorus Master. Technically, you can do 4 SSDs with no lane sharing, but that requires 2 of them to be on adapter cards that plug into the PCIe slots, the 2nd and 3rd PCIe slot. Otherwise, you can do 2 of them with no lane sharing. So technically, that's worse than the Hero, because the Hero can do 3... No, the Hero can do 4 with no lane sharing. The Aorus Master can do 2 with no lane sharing. Now, the Old Master can do 4 with no lane sharing, and 2 of those are Gen 5 SSDs. So I guess if you really need 5 SSDs, the only motherboards that will achieve 5 SSDs on the motherboard with no lane sharing that are the new chipset, there are only 2 options. There are only, out of all the new motherboards, there are only 2 motherboards that can do 5 SSDs with no GPU lane sharing. One of them, you already know what it is, the Godlike. And the other one, you should also know what it is if you watched my tier list video. Alright, chat. What are the 2 motherboards? What are the 2 X870E motherboards that can do 5 SSDs with no lane sharing? 5 SSDs physically on the motherboard with no lane sharing. I literally just said one of them. Nova and Godlike. Nova and Godlike. The ASRock Phantom Gaming Nova for 300 for the insane price of $350, and it includes a backplate. It can do 5 SSDs with no GPU lane sharing. $350. $350. 5 SSDs, backplate, no lane sharing. Nova. Do you understand now why the Nova is S+? Hopefully this illustrates one of the reasons why the Nova is an S+. It is S+ tier. It is in a class of its own. $350, 5 SSDs, no lane sharing, and you get a backplate. No other $350 motherboard will give you a backplate, let alone 5 SSDs with no lane sharing. Hence why it's always sold out. Hence why it's always sold out. And it is near impossible to buy. The only other option is the super duper expensive Godlike. That's the only other option. So you got 2 options. If you have to have 5 SSDs with no lane sharing to your graphics card, if that's just like a hard requirement, you literally only have 2 choices. Nova at $350 or Godlike at $1,100. Think about that. It's kind of crazy. That was pretty cool. That was just random. Just like a cutscene just started playing. Band members' preference is actually pretty good this time around. Are these completely different songs? Or are they just remixes? Her version of the song is more like like house or trance. Well, actually, they both are kind of the same genre. You didn't know the Godlike cost that much? But see, that's why that's why you're in a predicament, because there's literally only two options. One of them is near impossible to buy because it's always sold out, and the other one is like stupidly overpriced. Your best hope. So let me tell you, like if you're looking for the Nova, your best chance at the Nova is Micro Center. Unless you if you don't live near a Micro Center, or if you're in another country that, you know, like where Micro Center is not available, I don't know what you would do then. But your best chance is either going to be Newegg or Micro Center. Micro Center, they tend to show up in the early parts of the week. Micro Centers have gotten like 4 to 5 Novas this past Monday. So they are getting the Nova. But if you don't live near a Micro Center, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you can like auto-notify on Newegg or whatever and hope that it comes in. But your two choices of how to get one if you're in the US is going to be Micro Center or Newegg. It's one of those two. Amazon is going to be Scalper Central. It's going to be a bunch of scalpers trying to resell it on Amazon. So I would not go to Amazon for the Nova. I mean, you can check it on Amazon occasionally, but if it's not $350, you're buying it off of some scalper from Amazon. So my recommendations are number 1, Micro Center, number 2, Newegg. When it comes to stuff like the Nova, that's very hard to get. The official name is X870E Phantom Gaming Nova. An easy way to ground yourself when building a PC. Can you mind what it is? Touch a large metal surface. A large metal object. Like if you have a lamp in your room that like has a metal pole or something, or if your desk has metal like legs, ground yourself to that. You can ground yourself to the chassis of the computer, but the chassis of the computer needs to be grounded to the earth ground, which means the power plug needs to be plugged in, and the power supply needs to be in the off position. I just bought 4 terabyte M.2 SSD. The first. Oh yeah, that's fast, man. That's... Wow, welcome to the Gen 5 club. Where are my Gen 5 SSD people at? Crucial T700s. Who here has Crucial T700 or T705? Or the older Inland TD510, or I think Corsair had the same one or something. It's available in Computer Universe. It's located in Germany. Crucial T700. So that X870 Tomahawk doesn't share lanes. That is correct. It does not share lanes with the GPU. So guys, the Tomahawk and the Godlike have the exact same style when it comes to how they share bandwidth. For some reason, MSI, in all their infinite wisdom, decided that instead of taking lanes from the graphics card for an M.2, they were like, you know what? Rather than take lanes, we're just gonna like share bandwidth between the USB 4 and the second Gen 5 SSD. How about that? That's a big brain move. You know, like instead of taking away people's precious GPU lanes, we'll just share the bandwidth for the second Gen 5 SSD with the USB 4, which most people, unless they're a content creator like me, are never going to use. So that is the reason why the Tomahawk offers 2 Gen 5 SSD slots with no GPU lane sharing. The Godlike does the exact same thing. The Godlike and the Tomahawk are the only two motherboards that give you two Gen 5 SSDs with no GPU lane sharing on X870 and X870E. Everything else, all the other motherboards, even the other MSI motherboards that are not the Godlike or the Tomahawk, so this would include the Carbon, they will only provide one Gen 5 SSD with no GPU lane sharing. Every other motherboard that offers more than one Gen 5 SSD will take lanes from the graphics card to offer the second, or in some cases, third Gen 5 SSD. This is true. I'll give you some examples. Asus Hero, Asus-E Strix, they take GPU lanes to give you the second and third M.2 drive. Gigabyte Aorus Master, Gigabyte Aorus Pro, and Aorus Elite, they take lanes from the graphics card to give you the second and third Gen 5 SSD. However, Asus and Gigabyte are offering 3 Gen 5 SSDs. 3 Gen 5 SSDs. The last one is a Gen 4. But they're offering up to 3 Gen 5 SSDs, but the caveat is lane sharing. Meanwhile, MSI on the Godlike and the Tomahawk are doing 2 Gen 5 SSDs with no lane sharing. ASRock offers 1 Gen 5 SSD with no lane sharing, but that's because everyone can do that. That's guaranteed. ASRock is not offering more than 1 Gen 5 drive. Only 1. And that is the reason why ASRock, if you buy an ASRock, you don't have to worry about the lane sharing. So really, out of all of them, MSI is the one that did the big brain move of, hey, we're going to give people 2 Gen 5 SSDs with no GPU lane sharing. But they only did it on 2 motherboards. One is the Tomahawk for $300, and the other one is the Godlike at $1,100. For some reason, on the Carbon, they decided not to do that for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Let's go with this one, I guess. Yes, it's fine, as long as you have the adapter. You get 4 terabyte Gen 4 silicon power at 7,000 for the bottom Gen 4 slot, and they are only 200. Well, that right there is a good deal because you've hit that 50 cents a gig that I always talk about. Yours is what? What is that? X570? There we go. We are completely done with the event. Oh, I got sound mixing unlocked. What does this do? The trash can, what does that do? What if I just turn all of them on? What does that do? This just makes it sound goofy. I think that was everything. I think we got all the limited time rewards. Yeah, we're 100% done. I got all the stuff that I set out to get. So this is a destruction weapon. So who is a destruction character that could benefit from this? We need a destruction character. Maybe Blade. Well, Blade's already built well. Wait, she's destruction. Hold on. I think I already built Dan Hung properly. Let me see. Oh, she already has this? Wait a minute. What is he using? Oh, he's using this? Who is a destruction character that could benefit from that? I know I've got to have one of them. Oh, maybe... Wait, this guy doesn't even have anything equipped. Wait, why does this guy have nothing equipped? Just, they put something. None of these characters are destruction. Maybe, I guess, him. And just change his weapon. His light cone. To the new one. Yeah, this. Switch to this. What does this do? The following effects only work on the destruction characters. Increases the wearer's max HP by 12. When losing or restoring the unit's HP, increases the damage, crit damage by 18%. Lasts for 2 turns. This can only... Yeah, that is actually a pretty good free-to-play weapon. Where are the items? Oh, wait, not this. Superimpose. These were the things that I was collecting throughout the entire live stream. By doing those music mini-games. The music disc. The disc used during a band's performance. It can be used to superimpose the light cone, Ninja Records, Sound Hunt. The best way to record memories. Alright, now it upgraded it. So the wearer's max goes from 12 to 15%. Increases crit damage by 22%. This is going to make it go even more. Now it's going to go to 18 and 27. Again. Now it's 21% and 31%. And max level. Max refinement. Max HP up by 24%. When losing, restoring. Increases crit damage by 36%. Very nice. Alright, let's let me see something here. Okay, let's level it up. Max it out. Let's max it out. Speed leveling. Oh wait, I don't have this thing. Make a bunch of these. Level 50. Oh, I need more of these. And we're about to run out. I guess I have these things? Level 60. We need 5 of these. I need 4 of these. Uh-oh. Oh, I got count for double rewards because I'm a returning player. I'm a returning player. So they're like, here, you get some stuff.
Stream 4.
So I need ice and wind and okay, well these people are completely useless. I need an ice. Who's a good I? Oh wait, she's good. Oh wait, she's a destruction character. She can use this weapon. Oh, it's not leveled up though. Okay.
Imbibiter Lunae. It feels like an age since we stood
This
shoulder
guy's
to
not
shoulder.
needed. I could use a wind destruction. Probably her though. And then instead of wait, actually no, hold on. She needs to be replaced with physical element. There we go.
This piece of music matches the...
Oh, I should have summoned somebody support. Hold on. Let's get somebody. Well, whatever. Let's just see how my own group does.
Ill tidings manifest.
So what are we saying?
Later moonlight.
What are we talking about? You're talking about four sticks single rank?
Stars echo.
Ill fate descends.
Man, this is like one of the best games to play while streaming though, because like I can just let it play itself using AI.
The waters lies an endless abyss.
He said it works out of the box. All you gotta do is change RAM. Are we talking about the magic memory, or what are we talking about? If you're saying going from 8 to 6, then we're talking about magic memory. You're gonna cancel the X870E Hero. Man, 500 is actually pretty good. That's $200 off. You feel ripped off by lane sharing? You have X670E or as master, which is excellent.
Ill tidings manifest.
If you have X670E or as master, you don't really need to upgrade. If you already have that high end of a motherboard, that's already a really good motherboard. I have the exact same motherboard. That's my Gigabyte motherboard. So all the videos that I've done on memory usually is from the lens of a Gigabyte Aorus Master. X670E Aorus Master. The Intel build has a G-Skill Trident Z5, 64 gigabyte, 232. Yes, that'll work on AM5. All Intel RAM will work on AM5. And all AMD Expo RAM will work on Intel. You guys see this memory right here on an AMD build? Guess what? This is Intel XMP. We're doing 4 sticks of Intel XMP on a Ryzen. It works totally fine. Okay, I think we need to get more of this. do this again.
All together.
Ill tidings manifest.
The motherboard will automatically do it. So basically, you only set the first 4 primaries based off of what was shown in the video, and then you let everything else stay on auto, and then it will do what it needs to do. It'll automatically choose the best values. Except if you want to like mess with TREFI later, you can do that manually, but you first want to make sure that it works normally.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Basically, what was shown in the video is really all that's needed for that. If you're doing 2 sticks, it's even easier. You literally just load XMP or Expo, and that's all you do.
In lunar flame.
That Intel RAM that you have, if I was going to use that in a build, I would literally just take that, put it in the AMD motherboard, get into the BIOS, load XMP, and hit F10, and we're done. And that's it. It's that easy.
Stars echo.
Set it, yeah, set it and forget it.
Ill fate descends.
At some point next year, I'm probably gonna have to do a live stream build with a 96GB memory kit because I've done 4 sticks. Live stream, I've done 4 24 gig for a total of 96, but I haven't done like 2x48. At least I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think I have. I probably do need to do one of those. Probably be an ASRock motherboard. 4 gigabyte.
Try harder. Ill tidings manifest.
All together.
Ill fate descends.
You think the RAM is good enough for AM5? Hold on.
Lies an endless abyss.
Stars echo.
Do you think the RAM is good enough for AM5, or should you upgrade to 60? That's already 64 gigabytes for what? The 9800 X3D? 64 gigabytes is more than enough for a 9800 X3D.
Blade of moonlight.
Well, what is your Intel build? You said you have the Intel build. What if you're gonna take that out of the Intel? What are you gonna do with the Intel computer? How are you gonna be able to use the Intel computer if you take the RAM out? Unless you have other extra RAM or something?
Ill tidings manifest.
I'm pretty maxed out on all my like memory that's deployed in these various computers.
Stars echo.
Well, okay, hold on. So you guys recommend me. You guys are the ones that have been doing all this Black Friday shopping. So you guys recommend me what is a good memory kit that you have seen on a really good deal right now. And I want to go look at those memory kits actually. Because I might actually need to consider. I'm not going to be able to buy any right now because I literally just bought a $1,000 motherboard. But for next year, I might consider like getting more memory to test different memory. Or just to upgrade some systems to 4 sticks of memory. Well, we got these. And I need to level up this weapon. And who was using it? Was it this guy? No. Who did I give that to? Oh, this guy. I need 8 of these. Oh wow, just in time. Perfect. Alright, I maxed it out. Level 80. Maximum level. Superimposition 5. So wait, this thing has a attack of 476. Okay, so it's the same as that one. Increases the wearer's attack by 16 when the wearer defeats. This is only superimposition 1. Wait, I have another one of these? Okay, well, I'll just hold on to that. Man, that one's pretty good, though. This one raises the crit rate, which is good when the enemy goes down. Alright, well, that was that. You want to share this information? What? Oh, what? This guy, like, sniped me from...
Memories are beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
All together.
Ill fate descends.
You're the guy who has the 1400K but is able to get a refund and switch to 9800 XTD?
In lunar flame.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember from the other stream. So you're still within the return window? Yeah, you're probably going to be better off in the long run. So here's the thing you got to keep in mind also. So I'll just say this one other thing about this, about the idea of refunding that. The 14900K, when you first mentioned that, I was thinking the 14900K is actually a very strong CPU. It's no slouch as a gaming CPU, but there's a lot of caveats. The whole, like, the degrading problem. There's no further upgrades for that platform, so the 1400K is as good as it gets. There's literally like nothing else for that CPU's motherboard. Meanwhile, if you switch to the 9800X3D, you get a faster gaming CPU. The CPU uses like half the electricity, maybe even 1/4 of the electricity compared to the 1400K, depending on what you're doing. So there's that in terms of the efficiency. And you are on a platform that has future upgradability. Plus you're getting things like USB 4, which you don't even know that you actually need for the future, you know, stuff like that. So when I look at the total package, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, comparing, like, someone had mentioned Intel Ultra. Like, should they go Intel Ultra or 14900K? And I told them, you know, if it was me, I would go Intel Ultra. Even though it's worse in gaming, it's an overall better platform in the long run. Meaning it will age better than the 14900K platform. But it's not in good shape today. It doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but it's probably... There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of reservations that people have about going with the Intel Core Ultra, because maybe there's no upgrade path. Maybe it's like a one-time CPU, and then that's it. You know, things like that. Man, where is the save point? I just want to get out of here. Okay. Okay, I finished what I wanted to do. I'll just teleport here, I guess, because why not?
Where there are people, there is noise.
Oh, because of the degraded 13900K? Well, then how can you return it if you just... Oh, wait, you bought one? Wait, what? You had a 13900K that became defective, and then you got Intel to RMA you a 14900K? Is that... Can that even be returned? Whenever Expo is on, the BIOS automatically changes the CPU voltage to the same RAM. In this case... No, it will not hurt the CPU. No. 1.35 is not going to do anything.
Smart water raises their IQ.
Okay, the BIOS is not going to put a voltage on the CPU that's going to kill the CPU. Right? Asus was doing that. So, last year, Asus did have that screw up where they were frying CPUs because they were putting too much voltage. But that was like a one-time thing that was very short-lived. And actually, it wasn't... Technically, Asus was saying that it's not their fault. It was user error because users were putting stupidly high VSOC voltages. However, the whole point was, well, why did the BIOS let them do it in the first place? Right? So then AMD, for damage control, AMD basically told everyone, you guys need to put a hard limit on VSOC at like 1.3 volts, so that no one puts a voltage higher than that, because they don't know what's safe and what's not safe. So they basically capped it after that. That's VSOC. That has nothing to do with VDDIO and VDDQ and VDD. Those are different voltages for different parts of the circuit. So 1.35 is totally fine for the voltage that it's setting on there. Wait, you can exchange RAM at Micro Center? How can you do that? If you buy the protection thing from Micro Center, you can. You cannot do that if you don't buy that. Unless you're within a return window. You have to be within the return window. Like if you buy the RAM and like let's say 6 months go by, you can't just walk into Micro Center and exchange the RAM. Unless you buy the protection plan and you tell them like something's not right with it or whatever, they're not gonna like accept it. So the thing is, you're getting the same performance even if you set the CPU voltage to 1.1. ChatGPT said that the 7600X can reach the highest boost on 1.2. ChatGPT said the highest boost on what? What is 1.2 volts? 1.2 volts of what? Like, what is that? That's hilarious. What's 1.25 volts? 1.25 volts of what? I got the RAM with the bundle. You know what? That's like in school when you're doing a proportion or something, and like in a science conversion, and the units matter, and you know how the teacher's like, you gotta carry over the units. Like, in this case, what I'm referring to is like 1.25 volts of like what? What is that 1.25 volts in reference to?
Danger.
I got the RAM with the bundle. Yes, I had the protection plan and yeah, exactly. So I got the store. Oh, that's how you did the return. Okay, because most people didn't buy that, and they had to go through the Intel RMA waitlist. So, wait, so you were using a 13900K and it died? How long have you had the 13900K? This story is getting more and more interesting. You know why? Well, I guess I hope you've seen my YouTube videos on some of the other stuff, but if you've seen my 13900K videos, we covered that. We covered the 13900K on this channel in depth earlier this year, back in the summer. So, yeah, we've done a lot of content on 13900K a few months ago. I've since switched focus to Ryzen, just because Ryzen had a lot of hype with the 9800X3D. Not even just 9800X3D. Basically, Intel, you know, like in the summer, all the news was about the Intel voltage problems, and then the AMD Zen 5 launched. And then, so we started covering that, and then the new motherboards launched, so I was covering that, then Intel Ultra series launched, I was covering that, and then now 9800X3D launched, and that's where we're at. So now here we are at the end of the year. Interesting. What type of cooling were you using on it? Were you using a 360 AIO or a 420 AIO? What sort of cooler did you have on that 13900K? I'm gonna guess that you had some kind of 360 AIO. I knew it. Yeah, that'll do it. That Kraken killed the CPU. Yeah. Those 360 and the 420 AIOs. 420 AIOs will kill it even faster. Man. I knew it. As soon as you said it was degrading and the months that went by, I was like, man, he's probably on an AIO. Oh, man. I thank my Noctua. My Noctua saved my 13900K. This 13900K is a launch day model that has survived for over 2 years. This thing was purchased in October of 2022. And it survived because of the Noctua NH-D15. The D15 saved my 13900K. So my 13900K is very appreciative and thankful to the Noctua air cooler for saving its life. That air cooler saved it, man. And to this day, it's still rock solid. A launch model, rock solid. No degrade, despite the terrible voltage. It survived. It survived because of the Noctua D15. The better your cooling, the faster the CPU will die. The worse your cooling, the longer your CPU will live. This is a discussion that we had during the Monster Hunter live stream featuring the 13900K with the Noctua NH-D15. And I think I had to explain it in another live stream. I forget which one, but I know I talked about this twice. But that is the reason why yours died and mine didn't, was because yours had a 360 AIO and mine had a cheap, well, okay, a Noctua's not cheap, but mine had an air cooler, therefore it survived. By using an air cooler, it survives. By using high-end liquid cooling, it dies. People are probably like, what? How? Oh man, I don't know if I want to explain that for the third time. I highly recommend, man, I need to find the live stream and timestamp that discussion. I'm not being facetious. I'm actually 100% serious. There's a reason why. There's a reason why those that were using air coolers never ran into the problem. And the people that had the CPU die on them were on liquid cooling. This is 100% reality. See, this is why this channel is kind of unique, because we go into things that you'll never hear people discuss this stuff openly, like on other tech channels.
Danger.
No, I'm not talking about oxidation. This has nothing to do with oxidation. That is a completely different problem. That has nothing to do with this problem. Should I be concerned about the... No, it does not affect Ryzen. This has nothing to do with Ryzen. Ryzen can be on air. Ryzen can be on liquid. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. This issue that we're talking about is specific to an Intel overvolting problem. It has nothing to do with AMD. Nothing to do with Ryzen. Ryzen works totally fine on liquid or air. No problems. So I'll do like a miniature version of explaining why this happens. So the reason why the air cooler protects, as I refer to it, it protects the CPU from destruction, is because the air cooler causes the thermal headroom to be less than the liquid cooler, which means there's less headroom for the CPU to request a longer duration boost, meaning there is less opportunity for the CPU to boost at higher voltages. So when you use an inferior cooler, like the air coolers, for example, the CPU very rarely ever tries to boost to the maximum boost, and let alone a longer duration. When you use a 360 AIO or a 420 AIO, the CPU believes that it has more thermal headroom to boost more aggressively. Therefore, it does. Hence, it will hit those dangerous voltages more frequently, more often, eventually causing the problem to occur. This is why the Noctua, quote-unquote, protected my 13900K from destruction, because it prevented it from aggressively and frequently attempting to boost with those dangerous voltage levels. It's that simple. So by having inferior cooling, my chip survives. And if someone has superior cooling, their chip dies. It basically self-destructs. So fascinating reality. But that is the reason why the air cooler was actually the better choice for the 13900K and the 14900K. And it's very, very rare for anyone on an air cooler to have ever experienced the problem with the Intel CPU. Now, on the flip side of that is their CPU wasn't performing as well as somebody who had a liquid cooler. But at the very least, they don't have to worry about the CPU dying. So I literally, my 13900K, I've had it since October of 2 years ago. It's been on a Noctua air cooler the whole entire 2+ years, and it works just as good as it worked on day one. No problems. Even with aggressive multi-thread rendering workloads, which really stress it out, and it's still in top condition. So yeah, I have no worries about mine ever like dying. So, because this is gonna live its entire life with a Noctua air cooler. It's basically married to a Noctua NHD 14, not even a D15, an older Noctua D14, which is worse, slightly worse than the D15. Oh, well, okay, I have a 12700K, or I had it, well, I still have the chip, I don't use it anymore. 12700K, I had 12700K, bought that thing on launch day of November 2021. I got a 12700K with a DDR4 motherboard, Z690, Gigabyte Gaming X, and you know what it did? It kept crashing in Final Fantasy 14 and Walker randomly. Like I would be doing like an 8-hour play session, and within that 8 hours, it would literally crash at least once. The game would just crash the desktop, and the 12700K was the culprit because prior to the 12700K, I was running the game on a Ryzen 7. 5800, it was either 5800X or 3800X. It was either a Zen 2 or a Zen 3 with an Asus Crosshair Hero X570 Crosshair 8. And the game never crashed with the AMD CPU. I go to the new 12700K, and guess what? Within an 8-hour time frame, let's say we're like 3.5 hours in, game crashes the desktop. I'm like, what happened here? The only thing I changed was the CPU, the motherboard, and we're using the exact same RAM because it's DDR4 RAM, so it can't be the RAM. Guess what? Guess what fixed the problem? Disabling all the E-cores. Turning off all the E-cores, the game no longer crashes. So in the early days of the big core, little core, P-core, E-core, there were significant problems with games running with the E-cores in the background. Like the scheduler, the Windows scheduler, and I was on Windows 10 at the time. That didn't help at all. So, you know, like, my experience with Alder Lake for the 1 year that I used it before I went to Raptor Lake was like, this thing's not fully ready for prime time. it took like 6 months. Then it was like okay, but there was still like the problem with Alder Lake 12th gen is the E cores run so slow compared to the B cores. So if there's apps that are latency dependent and the scheduler on the game just gets confused, like why is this one task taking X amount of milliseconds longer when it's on this core versus this one? So the game, some of the games in the early days without software updates, they would just hard crash. So it was just retarded, you know, like, and I was like, this is dumb. So I had to turn all my E-cores off. So I literally used a 12700K like it was an 11700K because I turned off all the E-cores and I never got access to the E-cores for the whole year that I was using it. Then I got the 13900K. And that thing, because the E-cores ran a lot faster than they did on the 12th gen, the problems with apps crashing went away. Like, so the 1300K fixed those problems. So I could keep all 16 E-cores turned on, and it worked fine. The problem was, it runs hot, it uses a lot of power. I was trying to cool it with a Noctua, and I kept seeing it touch 100 degrees Celsius while gaming, which was stupid. And so I was like, yeah, I can't use this. I can't use this thing for like live streaming and gaming because it's like the temperature is like way too up down and stuff. So go back and watch the 13900K Monster Hunter Wilds live stream special featuring the 1300K. That stream, a lot of people say that stream is a very unique stream from me because I am in a different location. When I stream on 1300K, I have a very different, there's a very different environment. It's just a different kind of vibe, different headset, different microphone. It has a whole different vibe. 1300K stream is like a special stream on this channel because, well, just go check it out on the channel when you have time and you'll see what I'm talking about. But in that stream, I explain how the Noctua saved my 13900K. And we give examples of where it could be trying to kill itself with the voltage spikes during the live stream. And the way you see it is you look at when it touches 100 degrees Celsius. Every time when I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds during that stream, briefly you will see the 13900K climb to 100 degrees Celsius. And there were people watching the stream, they were like, dude, get an AIO. That's terrible. 100 degrees Celsius, that's horrible. And I'm thinking, no, because that is how I ensure its survival. So, anyway. It never gets to full boost. It does, and when it does touch full boost, it touches 100 degrees Celsius, then backs down. It'll be nice to switch to a new platform for once. Used to be Intel only, but it's time for something new. You had enough. The reality, though, in terms of your everyday using the computer, you're not really going to notice much of a difference. It's still going to be Windows. It's still going to be the same Windows operating system. My old backup computer is running the i7. The 12. Yeah, that's like super old. That's like 2017. i7 127 or 8700 is that CPU was launched after Zen 1 and right before Zen Plus. That is super old. Late 2017. Okay, guys, well, that's pretty much it. I did what I needed to do. I completed the FOMO event all in one sitting. It took me about, what, the stream's 4 hours now almost, but it took about like 3 hours and 15 minutes to do the whole event in one play session. You bought 9800 X3D, planning to pair it with the 4060 for now and buy 50 series next year when the price drops. I went with 4060 because for streaming. Why would you go with 4060 for streaming? 4060 is like not really okay. Okay. I would never get a 4060 for streaming, I'll tell you that. AMD CPU is so butter smooth, no stutters, no random crashes, no lag. You have both X670E Aorus Master and new X870E Hero. Is Hero an upgrade or just gimmick? The only thing really that you gain is you gain Nitro Path. That's an Asus new exclusive thing on X870. X870E. It's only on 2 motherboards though. Like Nitro Path currently, well, it's on the Hero and it's on the Strix-E. So there is a cheaper way to obtain Nitro Path. You can go with the -E Strix. That also has Nitro Path. Other than those 2, nothing else has Nitro Path.
Danger.
So you get Nitro Path, which is good if you run 2 sticks of RAM and you want to run 2 sticks of RAM at high speed. That Nitro Path does nothing to help 4 sticks of memory. 4 sticks of memory is still just as hard to do regardless of Nitro Path versus not having Nitro Path. But it does help with 2 sticks of memory if you want to run your RAM at really high speeds. So that's what Nitro Path does. Number 2 thing you get Wi-Fi 7, but most people on desktop don't care about Wi-Fi 7. The other thing you get is USB 4. You get built-in USB 4. Now, with the X670E Aorus Master, if you watched my video, I have a video that shows how to add USB 4 to an X670E Aorus Master. You can do this by buying Gigabyte's Thunderbolt 3 Titan Ridge add-in card, but if you need your X4 slot for something else, then you're stuck not getting access to USB 4. So it's that simple. So those are really like the only things, like Nitro Path and USB 4, I guess. I mean, that's, you get an X8 slot that shares lanes with the GPU. You get a 2nd and 3rd Gen 5 SSD that shares lanes with the GPU. So you don't have to worry about GPU lane sharing on the old Aorus Master. So that can do 4 SSDs, 2 Gen 5, 2 Gen 4, and no lane sharing. So no problem. And plus you get an X4 slot, plus you get an X2 slot, so you can add 10 gig LAN very easily. So the Aorus Master from Gigabyte, the previous generation Aorus Master, is very good. It is very good. It has optional USB 4. It has 2 guaranteed Gen 5 SSD slots, no GPU lane sharing, and easy to upgrade 10 gigabit LAN. If you want 10 gig LAN, you can add it. If you want USB 4, you can add it. So the X670 Aorus Master is one of the best motherboards for AM5 from the previous generation. It is an S-tier motherboard. The previous Aorus Master, yes, it's S-tier. So you're comparing an S-tier Aorus Master to an S-tier Hero. I'll leave it at that. You can decide if that's an upgrade or not, but we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say. So, did anybody recommend like a memory kit or anything? Like, I asked about that earlier. I don't know. There's like too many comments. It is kind of expensive in India, so I went with 4060. Oh. Okay. The only problem with 4060, so I don't know what the price in India is for the 4060 compared to like 4070 or the 7800 XT or even the 7700 XT. All the ones I just listed are vastly superior to the 4060. But I don't know what the price difference is between those GPUs. The X670E Aorus Master. Yes, the X670E Aorus Master is an S-tier motherboard. That was like one of the best motherboards from the previous generation. That is why I still use it. And that's probably going to be the... So for those of you that don't know, currently, the 9800X3D is paired up with the X670E Aorus Master. Yes, I'm using my 9800 X3D with my 2-year-old Gigabyte Aorus Master, because that is an S-tier motherboard. There's no reason to change that.
Welcome to Herta Space Station.
So if you have an X670E Aorus Master, you don't really need to do anything except update the BIOS, and then you can just use the new CPUs with it. You get access to Curve Shaper, you get access to all the new turbo mode, blah blah blah, whatever. As long as you're on the latest BIOS and you have a Zen 5 CPU. You're not really missing out on anything. You're literally only missing out on ASM4242's USB 4 and like MediaTek Wi-Fi 7, but that assumes you actually have a router that can benefit from Wi-Fi 7, and you're actually using Wi-Fi with your desktop computer for some reason. So, yeah, those are the things that you're missing out on. And Nitropath. But we didn't really explore what the memory config was, because the Aorus Master can already do DDR5 at 8000. The Aorus Master was the first motherboard that I achieved, that I did the whole 8000 speed on. Like literally a year ago now. So, you know, like, yeah, Nitropath, I guess. I mean, okay, cool. Maybe it's useful if someone's trying to overclock memory. Because the thing about Nitropath that's cool is you can achieve very high memory speeds without going to a 2-DIMM motherboard. You can keep the Aorus Hero, or the Asus Hero, and basically achieve very similar memory speeds compared to like a 2-DIMM motherboard. You can use 4. I told you earlier, I think you're the same person. Yeah, you can do 4 M.2. It requires you to use Slim Sats, though, to get that 4th one. Go check out the video that I did. Intel RAM kit 1.4, is that bad? That doesn't really matter. 1.35 just means that the memory sticks run a little bit colder. 1.4 is fine. At the end of the day, it's fine. It's not really going to do anything. Unless you have, like, terrible airflow in your case and your RAM just gets really, really hot. Like, if it gets up to, like, 55 degrees, then that's not a good thing. But otherwise, if you have a good airflow in your case, a modern case, it's not coated in dust, it's probably fine. It's totally fine at 1.4 if you have good airflow. I just err on the side of caution because, like, I recommend 1.35 because I have no idea how people, like, what people's, like, the sort of environment that people are building these computers in. I don't know if it's dust-ridden, they have a lot of pets, there's a lot of, like, you know, like, cat dander or whatever that gets into the case through the intake, and it like, settles all over the electronic stuff. That's not going to be good because that's going to cause heat buildup. So stuff like that, if it's not in that type of environment, then it's totally fine. It can, but again, now we start getting into like speculating on what future-proof means in terms of like what, like, is anything going to actually change? Because earlier this year, I was assuming that the new sweet spot for Gear 2 mode was going to be 9600. Well, that turns out not to be true because Zen 5 is using the same IO die as Zen 4. Now, maybe with Zen 6, it goes to a new memory controller. And then maybe the goalpost gets moved to like 9600 or whatever. So, you know, okay, so in the future, yeah, in that scenario, then the Nitropath does come into play as a good thing to have. But until that happens, and this is all hypothetical assumptions, we don't actually know if it will, in the long term, benefit the platform. Other than hobbyist overclocking RAM, just just because of overclocking. Hero has bells and whistles, weird design. Oh, well, keep in mind that I have like 3 different Ryzen computers right now. I have a 9800X3D with the Aorus Master. I have the 9950X, which we are live streaming on right now with the MSI Godlike. And then I have, wait, what is the third? Oh, the Asus Hero. I have the X870E Hero currently paired up with a 7950X3D, which will eventually become a 9950X3D next year. So that's currently my last Zen 4 CPU that's still holding on. All my other Zen 4s have been upgraded now. 7950X became 9950X. 7800X3D became 9800X3D. So the 7950X3D is the only Zen 4 CPU that I'm still using. And that one is currently paired up with the X870E Crosshair Hero. And that computer doesn't actually have anywhere to go right now, because I pulled that one out and I put this new Godlike one in. That computer is literally sitting on the floor right next to it with nothing connected to it. So I'm going to have to figure out this weekend what I'm going to do with that. One of my computers is going to be turned into a test bench for like tutorial videos. So I'm still like trying to figure out what I'm going to do, which one I'm going to actually use. It's probably going to be the Hero. It's probably going to be that one that doesn't have a home right now. So, but that was the plan. The plan was to have a test bench that I could easily swap things in and out of, to test, you know, like different RAM configurations, different CPUs in the future, different graphics cards, etc. So that was what the third computer was supposed to be, or it will be. So otherwise the gaming one with the OLED is over there. The one I'm streaming on right now, this is the Tech Thursdays live stream machine. And then we have that Hero that's probably gonna get turned into a test bench machine. I mean, that was the reason why I bought the Hero. I didn't buy the Hero to use it for live streaming. I bought the Hero for like overclocking and tutorials and things like that. And like GPU comparison videos and, you know, review content for the channel. That was why I bought the Hero. I did not intend to use the Hero for Tech Thursdays or for gaming or any of that kind of stuff. The Godlike, on the other hand, this thing, even though you can overclock with it, I purchased this for live streaming. Because in my evaluating all these motherboards, the conclusion that I came to was that the Godlike was the best one for a high-end live streaming machine. That can do video editing, that can do everything. It has an X8 slot like the Hero, and it also has an X4 slot like the Strix. So it basically fuses both the Strix -E and the Hero into one physical board, while also providing 10 gigabit LAN, because none of those Asus boards have 10 gig LAN. So the Godlike does have 10 gig LAN, and it also has 5 gig LAN. So Godlike is straight up just objectively better when it comes to like heavy duty like productivity stuff. 5 M.2 slots, no lane sharing with the GPU. You know, it's the whole package. The Godlike is the whole package. It's insanely expensive, but it's the whole package. It's the full experience for AM5. You watched the explanation with the... Yeah. Any news on X870 Ace? There were rumors, but no one knows. There were rumors that next year, but I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the Ace. I was holding out on getting the Godlike, and I was wanting to get the Ace instead because I didn't want to pay this much money on a motherboard, because the Ace typically would go for $700. It would rival the Hero in price. So I was like, man, do I really want to keep waiting it out, or just get the Godlike and just be done with it? And I finally just pulled the trigger on the Godlike. I'm like, okay, whatever, just get the Godlike. The Ace is probably going to have some, because I was looking at the Intel Ace, because there is a Z890 Ace, and I was looking at that, and And I was looking at the Godlike, and I was like, the AMD Ace is probably going to be very similar. If they do an Ace, it's going to be kind of like the Intel Z890 Ace. And when I looked at that, I was like, oh, it's good, but it doesn't really solve some of the problems with, like, you know, how can I run a second graphics card? How can I do an internal capture card? How can I do, like, 7 SSDs? You know, stuff like that. The Godlike, I know it solves those problems, whereas the Ace is like, I don't know what they're going to do with the Ace, assuming they hypothetically have one in the works. Godlike is $1,100. It's $1,099. I mean, that's how much I paid for it. So basically the price of a 4080 Super. Or like a super high-end 7900 XTX. Okay, you're waiting for the Ace? Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I mean, I was waiting. I was waiting for a while. And I just finally got tired of waiting. Because I'm like, man, when is this thing going to come out? There are rumors that it might get announced at CES to launch with the 9950X3D. But those are just rumors. Those aren't like actual fact. So I don't know like how much weight you guys put into rumors. I personally tend to like not really pay too much attention to rumors. So I was like, I'm putting too much faith in this rumor. I'm just gonna forget about it. I'm just gonna buy the Godlike. And I was like, whatever. It is what it is. Just get the Godlike and be done with it. I mean, I'll be honest. I've never had a motherboard that has this many like gimmicky things, you know, like, and I'm someone who's more about practicality, but you know, the temperature readout for the CPU, and you can customize it in the BIOS too. You don't have to install the software. You can customize it in the BIOS. Otherwise, you can install their MSI software and change it. But I like that it tells me my fan speed. I like that it tells me my pump speed for the AIO, because if the CPU starts overheating for some reason, I can literally just look at the Godlike and see if the pump has failed. Like, if the pump RPM is 0, then I know we're going to have some temperature problems. You know, like stuff like that. So being able to quickly diagnose things just glancing at the Godlike's display, I think this is a very nice feature, actually. So I'm surprised how much I find myself glancing over at the panel to see, oh, what is my chipset temperature? What is my fan speed? You know, what is my, is the pump working? What's the V-core? The V-core is down there, 1.220 volts. You know, that's the V-core on the CPU. So I can see if the voltage is high or low or whatever. So that gives me an idea if it's idling or not. So that's really nice. I like the postcode debug is on there when you're booting it up. So, but then it transitions over to more useful stuff while you're using the operating system. No, the Godlike has no lane sharing. I can do 5 SSDs with no lane sharing. You can set an alarm in the BIOS to sound for when the pump and fan speeds drop too low. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. So yeah, I mean, so far I'm relatively happy with it. I have opened a support ticket with MSI to investigate why, when I have the AverMedia Live Gamer and the 4th M.2 both populated, like the third PCIe slot, the X4 slot plus the 4th M.2, those two share bandwidth. So I understand they share bandwidth, but sometimes either I wake the computer and the AverMedia does not wake up, or the AverMedia wakes up and the SSD is like gone. It's like it did not wake up. So there's some kind of weird problem with the PLX switch in terms of how it's auto-negotiating the speed table when it's coming out of sleep. And also sometimes on a cold boot, it fails to load or initialize the AverMedia. So my hypothesis, and I probably need to talk to MSI about this, is the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K is only capable of 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 2. Gen 2. It cannot do Gen 3, it cannot do Gen 4. So the capture card's like, hey, I need to run it Gen 2. So the PLX switch is like, okay, I need to downregulate to Gen 2. But the SSD The M.2 is a Gen 3 SSD that I have installed. So the SSD is like, hey, I want to go at Gen 3 speed. And so the Switch is like, okay, you need to do Gen 3? But the AverMedia is like, no, I need to do Gen 2. So the Switch is like, Gen 3, Gen 2, it doesn't know what to do. The correct answer is it needs to downregulate to Gen 2, so the SSD gets bottlenecked because the AverMedia only does Gen 2. That is what I think it needs to do, but I'm not sure what exactly is going on. So I opened a support ticket with MSI. This is one of those things that's going to take like weeks and even maybe like a couple of months to resolve, to be honest, because we're talking like they're going to have, their BIOS engineers are going to have to get involved. They're going to have to potentially source an AverMedia from either AverMedia, or they're going to have to like do some sort of test with some sort of like, oh, if I set this debug card to Gen 2 on the PCIe, what does, and the SSD is Gen 3, what, they're going to have to do some testing, basically. They're going to have to test it internally in their lab, and currently the workaround for me that has worked is I just don't use the fourth M.2. So I'm using M.2 1, 2, 3, and 5. So I got 4 M.2s in there right now. The fourth one is empty. I moved it to the fifth one, and now the AverMedia works perfectly. So that tells me there's an auto negotiation problem with the Switch, because AverMedia is like, hey, we need to go at Gen 2, and the SSD is like, no, we need to go at Gen 3. So the Switch is like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm going to turn this one off, or something like that. That's something like that is going on. Hero will be a beast for testing. Testing rig, good motherboard would be better. So yeah, the reason why the Hero is better off as a testing machine and not like an actual productivity machine. So there's one thing I really don't like about the Hero. There's one thing I really don't like about the X870E Hero. For some reason, the chipset, the dual chipsets run really hot. They literally idle at like 65 degrees. So I'm looking at chipset 1 and chipset 2, on the motherboard. One of them is like 62 degrees. The other one is like 64, 65, 66 degrees. And the computer is literally sitting there doing nothing, and the chipsets are running at almost 70 degrees Celsius. So when I saw that, I'm like, Asus, what are you doing? I go fire up my Aorus Master, the Gigabyte Aorus Master. Guess what? The hottest the chipset gets, 52 degrees. Asus is like 15 degrees hotter than Gigabyte on their chipset. I look at the Godlike. You guys can see it right on the screen. Godlike, 47 degrees on the chipset. 47 on the Godlike, 52 on the Aorus Master, 65 on the Hero? Asus, what are you doing? So I'm thinking, like, for longevity, I can't use the Hero for reliability reasons. Like, I don't know how long that chipset's gonna last for, like, live streaming and productivity if it's, like, constantly at 65 degrees Celsius. So that's the reason why I don't like the Hero for, like, it's unfortunate, because it's like, I was looking up online, and a lot of people are complaining about Asus chipsets running really hot. So, I don't know, man. I just think, like, Asus, the placement of where they put the chipset is right underneath the graphics card. So the graphics card could potentially be blowing all this hot air. I just don't understand why it's so hot, like, when the CPU's doing, when the computer's doing nothing. When it's idling at, like, 63, 65. Like, why is it so hot when it's doing nothing? There's no file transfer. There's, like, nothing going on with the hard drives or the SSDs. There's no data transfer going across the bus. Like, what? It's just sitting there. It's like 65 degrees. Yeah. It's like, I think of the dog in the burning building. This is fine. 65 degrees Celsius. The chipset. This is fine. Asus. This is fine. So, I don't know. I don't know what that chipset's rated for in terms of operating temperature. But boy, does that look bad compared to the Aorus Master and the Godlike. You don't have to spread the thermal paste. You just put a blob of thermal paste and you're done. You just put the cooler on top of it. Unless if you're using an AIO, it comes pre-applied. You don't have to add any more thermal paste. Alright guys, that's gonna be it. We are now over 4 hours. Oh man, I was gonna end at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours, 24 minutes. So this is where we're gonna end the stream. I don't even know what time. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, so if you guys are upgrading, do the platform upgrade now, do the GPU upgrade next year. It's that simple. Alright, so that's going to be it for the stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you guys, if not tomorrow, probably on the next episode of Tech Thursdays, which will be the last episode of Tech Thursdays for probably the next... I'm trying to think, like, there will definitely be no Tech Thursdays on the 12th of December. Wait, is that right? Yeah, there will be no Tech Thursdays on the 12th of December because I will be overseas. I will be outside of the country. So the 5th will be the last Tech Thursdays, and then I don't know if there will be one on the 19th. So this could be this coming Thursday will probably be the last Tech Thursdays before the holiday season. Like the winter break season. So, but we should do one more before the end of the year. So, I think there'll be like 2 more Tech Thursdays before the end of the year. So anyway, that's probably going to be it for this stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys, if not tomorrow, then on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then. Thanks.